a day. Even if I ran out of speed, boy, I wouldn't sleep a minute of the way. Oh, that blackjack and poker and the roulette wheel, I'm pushing money lost out of every deal. All you need is sonar and the nerves of steel. So viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, where the neon signs flashing and the one-armed bandits crashing all those hoes down the drain. Viva Las Vegas, turning day into night time, turning night into daytime. If you see it once, you'll never be the same again. Gotta keep on running, gonna have me some fun if it costs me my very last dime. If I wind up broke, then I'll always remember that I had a swing and dime. Oh, I'm gonna give it everything I got. Lady luck's with me, the dice stay hot. Got coke up my nose to dry away the snot. So viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva, viva Las Vegas! Whee!
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to be looking at a few games. We're going to be looking at a few odd ducks. A few strangers in a strange world. Originally I wanted to have a theme for this one, but gradually over time it morphed more into weird shit TM more than anything. And weird shit TM is sometimes all you need. So for a lot of these games that we're going to go over today, I initially didn't believe they were actually games in some capacity. I thought they were memes in a way. You know, it had that tongue-in-cheek look to it, that, you know, look to camera and wink. And there are a few which are that, which are blatantly that, which is interesting in its own right. Like, for example, let me just... This is one of the games we're going to be going over today. This is Human-Occupied Landfill. This is literally just a game about making fun of games in the mid-90s. That's literally all it's about. However, the more I delved into some of these, the more I realized some weren't that simple, such as Noumenon, or Blood Feud, game where women are objects. And I think this came to a full understanding when I read Bellum Maga, a very special game in my heart. Bellum Maga, I didn't actually think was a real game. But it is. This is a real game that somebody made and published that you can buy for money. Money, everybody. Just remember, this is where this costs money. But then the final one we're going to be going over today is going to be Which Girl's Adventures, which do not let the cover fool you. Do not let the cover fool you. So, out of all of these, there's a few ways. I actually debated on, like, what do you even start with in this situation? All of these are so fascinating in their own right. So I'm going to kind of leave it up to all of you. I'm going to leave it up to all of you. What would you like to start with first? We can start with Human-Occupied Landfill, Noumenon, Blood Feud, or we go through the Bellum Maga cycle into Witch Girl Adventures. And I say the cycle because there are some connections between these two. So I'll leave it up to you all. I'm hearing Witch first. I'm hearing the Bellum Maga cycle. I'll give it a minute or two to kind of let people decide what they wish. But yeah, no, this one's going to be an odd duck. And also, apologies for starting a little bit later than usual. My usual thing is I like to start at noon EST. However, I was unable to because someone was fixing my pipes. Literally, my kitchen and bathroom sink pipes were fucked. So I needed to have them fixed. And he finished up. And then I got my coffee. So, I'm seeing that. It's... Oh God, really? You guys really want to do this? Yeah, no one's gonna contest him on this. Please, someone contest him. Please. Oh Jesus! All right, I guess we're doing Bellum Maga and the Witch Girl Adventure cycle. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll do Bellum Maga into the Witch Girl Adventure saga. We'll then go on to we'll do in the various degrees of seriousness. There we go. And then we'll go into Blood Feud, Noumenon, and then Human-Occupied Landfill to round us out. So, Bellum Maga. Bellum Maga. Hello, Iro. Aro. You. Hello. Yeah, this is Bellum Maga. Now, Bellum Maga is a game that has been kind of a fascinating, I wouldn't say stain, tabletop games in general. But I think this is one of those games that, like, if you are in this particular sphere for long enough, you hear about Bellum Maga. Simply because this is the cover. This is the cover. You see one girl is apparently performing horrifying magical body horror on one man. One man is getting his ripped in half, and the other man is getting turned into a literal 50% anamorph. Yeah, no, Bellum Maga is a fascinating game, and in case you're wondering, yes, this is what the art looks like throughout. You're gonna like it. And this is written by Abigail Marie Soto. So, this game was actually written back in... No, we don't need to read you yet. This game was written back in, if I remember correctly, 2015. 2015, 2016 is when this game kind of officially came out. Now, who is Abigail Marie Soto? Now, Abigail is a fascinating creature. Now, why I say that, this is Abigail. She doesn't really work on much. She does have a Patreon, and she is an artist and a writer, and all things wicked witchy. She will turn you into whatever I like for fun, and if that particular hairstyle looks a little bit similar, and the answer is that is actually her OC, the main character on the cover of the book. This is her character, i.e. her. Yep, this is her. Now, she does sponsor something. She does have a few books, and including, if you really look at it, the Minerva Mysteries, because that's Minerva on the front cover of the book, and her, and then the Regina Maga, which is also part of the story, which the Regina is a class in it. Everything is part of the same world with that. Can she transport? Let's see. Let's see. Get Anthro's son. Can you transform me into a rich person? No, she can turn you into a smoke and literally smoke you. It's awful. Why Maga? There's actually a term. There you go. They use the term. This was way before that, and I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't use a name for it later on. Now, you can actually, she also apparently wrote like a comic book, Princess Lucinda, which is... Yeah, she has like a lot of stuff. Like, I give her this. She does have quite a bit of stuff. She's also very big in the TF Tuesday community. Now, what is TF Tuesday, you may ask? It's transformation fetishism. Oh, sweet Jesus, Mother of God. I didn't click on this before. I didn't click. Oh, sweet Mother of God. Kill it all. Kill it all. Ah! Ah! Yeah, no, this is, yeah, no, picture Animorphs. Now, picture literally TFT. That's what she likes. And she also likes you to buy her new book, Hexen Herstory. And she really wants you to buy these. Now, this is a bot. I can only really assume this is a bot of some sort, as she literally just copy and paste this multiple days using the same image. Because this is the same image she uses repeatedly. Now, mind you, she doesn't just transform you into a horse or a toad or something, 50% Animorph. No, she'll turn you into like a lamp. And when we get into some of the artwork, you'll notice it gets worse. It just gets worse. Much worse. Much worse. But yeah, then it's things like for size Twitter or for size art. You look at it and your brain begins to just slowly melt away as Rat Boy shows up, as Rat Boy tries to save himself from this nightmare. And you slowly begin to reject it. And you want to reject it, but you can't. You can't look away. You know that God has made this to let us suffer. She does have a Patreon. You can follow her Patreon for up to $100 a month. And she currently makes $15 a month. So I'm assuming 3 people pay her $5 a month. She makes more than me, so that's all I got to really say about that. Like, yeah, she does have a very particular, we'll call it a style. We'll call it that. And you can buy the game right now. It's a PDF. Is this a meme or is she dead serious? Absolutely dead serious. Remember that, Draco. And yeah, you can buy the core book right now. It is very cheap. You know, it's only $2.24, and it shows. It does definitely show. But this is the actual company that they go through, which is Novus Games. Novus Games doesn't really have anything except Bellum Maga, and that's pretty much it. On Drive-Thru Cards, they have another set of things, which is like a card game she made in the same vein, the same world and everything. And she also has books. And I believe she did this one. Who wrote this? No, she didn't do this. Malcolm did. Malcolm did. God damn it, Malcolm. Yeah, we'll go over Malcolm in a bit. Malcolm's a fascinating creature. Malcolm runs Witch Girl Adventures, and as you can kind of see here, Channel M Publishing actually does both of these, which I thought was actually fairly fascinating. Does this indicate that possibly Witch Girl Adventures and Bellum Maga are in the same universe? No, but yeah, that's the publisher. Could I find anything else really about what other Abigail Maria has done? Not really. Most of it is books. She is very much a writer. And so yeah, let's get to it. So, what's the first thing you really come into? Coming Full Circe by Minerva Winter. This is Minerva. She's going to be our central protagonist character. You know, like the center character that like the author kind of tells the story from. Yeah, no, this is also the what? Yeah, this is page 2, mind you. This is the cover. Like, this is the cover of the book. And page 2, I'm going to read this verbatim, Twitch. This is not me saying this word. This is me reading this verbatim. But it's also a very insular town with a population of just under 6,000. The 3 non-white families are treated and viewed as if they're zoo exhibits, and are known as the utmost respect as the Nigger Johnsons, the Gomexis, and the Chink-chans. That's the first fucking... Is Witch Girl Adventures good? We'll get to that one. Witch Girl Adventures better, but it's tainted. I'll say that. It is better, but it is tainted when we go over it. But yeah, Bellum Maga this is like a story. And literally chapter 3, we learned that Tammy Winters was raped twice at age 15 and 16. And we go over this entire thing about who she is, why she's lived such a miserable life, why she fled to New York, why she did all these things, and oh no, this was so bad. But I want you to remember this part. So, So yeah, rock bottom, suicidal and alone, when not sleeping where I could make my way in Central Library, like a lot of other homeless hid from the weather and police, but unlike a lot of my downtrodden brothers and sisters, I also used my time there to read on the internet. It was there I saw that 14-year-old girl was killed in for witchcraft in the suburbs of Omaha. Because Omaha is Omaha, Nebraska. I've been there before. Well, it's actually kind of a shithole, but not the burn the witches kind of shithole. Burn as a witch in the 21st century. In an American suburb, it was unthinkable, and it shocked me. Shocked me so much, it consumed my thoughts, and it replaced my self-hate. I, like many others, starting to chant in the street, avenge Ashley. Remember this. Burn this like that which burned into your mind. Yeah, no, and during this time, she learned the faith and about the goddess head. Not the godhead. Not the godhead. The goddess head. This is surprising. Yeah, no, there's actually two references to the gamer word in this game, which surprised me. Like, Jesus. But yeah, no, yeah, no, it pretty much she contacts Circe, and Circe is, a goddess. It's a Greek goddess, and she gives her superpowers from the goddess head, though, the godhead who opposes the serpent. When I say that this game is incredibly tied to its lore, I'm not lying. Like, this is page 10. Yeah, that's also the same character, by the way. Let me see if I can get through. Okay, we are on page 12. That was 11 pages, 10 pages effectively of lore and backstory with this font, with this backing, with this art. Yeah, we're not. I want you just to set that up of what this is going to be. Because the thing is, Orange Chainsaw, you can't cancel it because she is so far beyond it because it's a feminist product. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's a feminist, and like, I'm not saying like, oh no, she said, like, she's obviously meaning it like in a bad way, but it's like, Jesus. Oh, don't worry, it'll get worse. It'll get a lot worse. But yeah, no, as you can see, it's like Lisa Lynn should get fired. Like, the editing in this book's atrocious. But as you kind of start seeing, it's Abigail Soto, Penelope Soto, Abigail Soto, Abigail Soto, Abigail Soto, Penny Soto, Abigail Soto. Like, Soto did almost everything in this. Nothing is real. Maga covens seriously don't do that. And then we have the dedication to all the proud women of the world. There are a few that just, you'll start noticing it a little as we go on. If you want to, you can go to the Facebook page. It's there, and these are our characters. These are our chapters. As you can tell, there are quite a few chapters. This is going to be a reoccurring trend. And by reoccurring trend, she forgets things, I guess, and just doesn't do other things. Because, okay, let's time to woman up. Let's do this. Are we ready? Minerva, High Priestess Circe, because she is the. And now we begin with the horrifying art. Like, I have two theories on the artwork. I think these are actually poser models that she is like. Hello, phone. I think these are actually poser models that she has drawn over. Give me one second. And applied just a ludicrous, and I mean a ludicrous amount of filters and shit over. Because, like, you can clearly see, like, there is, like, things here, but then you notice down here, it's, like, this weird artwork down here, but, like, here's this, like, really well-drawn gun. Like, not well-drawn, but, like, here's a gun next to this fucking rat. It's something, like, everything about it, like, hits the point of uncanny valley. And that's one of the big things, is, like, this is, like, uncanny valley is where this kind of hits quite a bit. And is this a feminist game? Like, oh, yes. Because, you know, most other RPGs are full of male fantasies, vapid female characters, and racial prejudice, as we all know. But yeah, no, once upon a time, that history is a lie. I'm assuming that this was on purpose, his story. I don't know why. Yeah, at the beginning of human history, women were in charge. They were priestesses, magicians, and warriors. Helped build civilization. The goddess head is an aspect of the creation spirit, linked to Earth and all life on it. It's what grants females their intuition, ability to create life, and more. The goddess head, very different spelling by the way, is also what grants some women supernatural power to protect the world and occasionally test the world. Yeah, no, that is what the Maga are. This is kind of the idea of, like, this is what the Maga are. The favorites of the goddess head. You are pretty much chosen of God. Or the goddess head. And yeah, no, you are very, apparently Cain is the one who did it. Cain didn't murder Abel to get his superpower, you know, be turned evil. Cain just murdered goddesses. Da. Ta-da. Like, it's like, alright. Yeah, no. So the goddess head has returned, and she's empowered a brand new set of people. So what is the game actually about? It's a dice. It's a D6 system. It's a D6 dice pool system. You grab a bunch of D6s equal to your attribute plus your skill. You roll. 1 to 3 is a failure. 3 to 6 is a success. Yeah, it's a dice pool system where 1 to 3 is a failure, and 3 to 6 is a success. Yeah, we're all gonna have to live with this, aren't we? Yeah, this is this is where things get a little bit weird. Roll all ones. This is a flub. You do something bad. Alright, roll all 6s, comma, this is a crit. Yeah, no, this game sucks. Like, let me just say this. This game sucks. And it's hard to even read. Now, this game is actually really hard to read. Because it's shit like this. And, like, as we go through, there are a few, which it's not even like the artwork or like, oh no, it's the feminist game. No, it's just that it's formatted by a literal child. Like, this is, honestly, I've seen some, like, little children do better than this. And it's very hard to read sometimes, and commas are in weird places. Sometimes things are capitalized and others aren't. And there are rules which change, just like halfway through. And yeah, the patriarchy. Yeah, the patriarchy This current system of government created, the Maga trying to overthrow the patriarchy. Not patriarchy, the patriarchy that is apparently there for the patriarchy. And then a victim. For some reason, the target of a gift, talent, or combat skill is just the victim. Yeah. So, how do we make a character? These are our sample ladies of fortune. Smith's got the right idea over here. He's just yelling for help. Because, God, we all need it. God, they got factions. Not quite. These are the classes. Yeah, because there's a class system in this game. And, yeah, it does have a fairly traditional leveling up system. You just level up very slowly. So, what you have to do to make a character. You go on your path, which is your class. Then you choose your patroness, which there are a few. There are quite a few, but they're also very broad. You choose your benefit and your drawback, and then your knowledge, which are your skills. Then your gifts, which are your spells, and there's a very curated list of spells, but also not a very curated list of spells, and swag, which swag is just everything else. And this is how you level up. You get favor, and when you get favor, you get things like, oh, you gain more attributes, you gain more skills, you get more gift levels, you get more mana, you get more benefit points. The fuck is a benefit point? Yeah, okay, no, you get path points, I think. I think that's supposed to be path points. But yeah, skill points, gift levels, mana. Yeah, I'm not having a stroke, you are. Yeah, level up, like, this is what you end up doing. You end up leveling up, and you boost things, and you get more points. And the jumps here are actually pretty significant, because it goes from 30, 30, 30, 120, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, and it's very slow. However, that doesn't mean you start weak. Like, you start relatively tough. You know, reach everywhere, their full potential. Starting characters, that's limited how high some of their abilities can be. So, yeah, I know that's a common thing. Don't think about it too much. So, again, you can go up to 5 as a starting character. Now, according to our attribute levels, to our starting characters. All of these hashtags, damn, they got back. You know. Yeah, to a degree, Jacko. That's kind of like half the process, is that the witches are like declared war on the world to try to overthrow it, to revitalize the goddess head, because the goddess head is the good guy. Good girl. Good woman. I think to a degree, like, honestly, because, like, here are the attribute levels. Now, you get up to level 5 pretty consistent. Like, okay, you're below average. So the average human being is apparently 2 ranks. You become talented, you can get an Olympic level at 4, superhuman at 5, superhuman 2 at 6, superhuman 3 at 7, demigoddess 2, goddess-like. So am I saying Krillin, and actually it would be Yamcha, Krillin, Trunks, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct. Yes. Is this actually a Dragon Ball Z game? Yes. We found it, everybody. It's a DBZ game. Trust me. They are not incapable. Yeah, here's also one of our quirky characters. Remember her, by the way. Just make sure to get her in your fucking mind. Yeah, no, here's might. How strong you are, so it's... Yeah, because apparently, again, like... And mind you, all of these also have different changes to your actual attributes. So, base combat speed, running in combat, out of combat running, which at 4, you can run 25 miles per hour. At 5, which you can reach, you can pretty much run about the size of a medium car by just dead sprinting. And you can travel up to 50 feet in combat. Now, mind you, some of them are fine. Then we have fitness. Fitness isn't actually an attribute, by the way. Fun fact, fitness is not an attribute. It is not. It's toughness. And you want to know how I know that it's toughness? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because I made a character sheet. Yeah, here's my character sheet. This is my character, Isabel Santiago. Yeah, no, fitness isn't here, tough is. Yeah, this is the official character sheet in the back of the book, mind you. It's tough. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, no, maximum exertion time, healing levels per day, healing time per day, and then brains. Brains do the core thing you should never fucking do in any fucking game. Brains gives you a skill level bonus. You get free points for taking brains. You just become infinitely better at things by virtue of just having it. Including, and there's no limit to it, it's not like it has to be something specific. It doesn't have to be anything in particular. It's like, no, you can just choose to jack up your athletics if you have high brains. Where do you work out? The library. It's like, oh, allure. It's like, oh, maximum skill roll victims. Maximum thralls. How many people you can literally just have into your control. Because that's an entire mechanic. You psychopath. Hey, I made this like 2 a.m. What do you want from me? Yeah, then we have resolve. And... like, alright, then spirit, which is the most important attribute in the game, mind you. Spirit is the most important, because in a game about casting magic, the skill that allows you to cast magic is a little bit important. I don't know about you, maybe I'm weird. And then luck. Luck doesn't do anything. Luck is like a skill, like it's an attribute that you can dump points into. Like, you can dump points into this, but I legitimately have no idea why. Because it says, well, how well things tend to go the character's way. Can use luck as extra die for any roll. Once a luck die is spent, it's gone for 24 hours. So, I think I have 3 just bonus die that I can use whenever. I'm like, cool. So, here are our classes. These are the best parts. We have the this one. The Ariad. Which actually doesn't look half bad, actually. Like, I don't hate it. Little bit hard to read here, but they're tech mages. That's what they do. Here are your starting stats. In case you're also wondering. Yeah, no, trust me. Here, in case you're wondering as well, how much points does it take of my 30 starting points to increase these? 1. It costs 1 to increase it up to the maximum cap of 5. Yeah, no, it's very easy to start maxing, just gain max your attributes. And then you have your starting knowledge, which are your skills. These are ones you always have these at rank 1. Your talents are completely different. Some of these talents are pretty good. Others of them are like, why, what? These gives them all of the, like, the gimmicks, and you could say. It's like, oh, hey, like, oh, use any piece of electronic with a circuit board. Didn't even read that initially. Oh, God. In her line of sight for 1 minute for her spirit attribute. She can also use mana point to see wireless signals. Read them mid-air, as well as control the strength of any wireless signal at range. Range! Allowing her to increase its abilities up to twice its maximum or shut it down. Oh, why are we here? Just to suffer? Yeah, no, this is... So she's the tech mage. The diva. Guess what the diva is? She is the empath. She's the negotiator. She's an artiste. She has the ability to have... She has literally a bullshit detector. And she can manipulate the senses of the mind. She's a mind mage. Yeah, that's a mind mage, all right. The Domina. So the Domina is the one that just blows you the fuck up. I mean, this is like, these are your, like, combat mages. If you want to play a combat mage, you're going to be playing a Domina. Because Domina end up getting just a lot of just bonus stuff to it. Yeah, like, because they have lifesteal. Anytime they deal damage, they can heal. So as long as they're beating the shit out of you, they're healing. And also getting their mana back if they kill you, which is very easy, and you should be doing that pretty often. Like, yeah, no, it's like magic mastery and things like that. Like, she clearly has, like, a lot of abilities to just to fuck your shit up. The Fury is like the melee class. Like, I can harp on things like this the entire time because they're fucking everywhere. Yeah, but this is the melee class. PowerPoints to ignore misuse and rolls. Wait. Wait. Sorry, I didn't read that right. I kind of zoomed through the classes. So wait, Furies can spend 12 PowerPoint to ignore misuse. Wow, okay, no, this isn't real. Like, PowerPoints don't, so I guess that's mana? Yeah, okay, so... Wait, no, as long as you spend 12 mana... Wait, what? This literally makes no sense, by the way. Yeah, you can spend 12 PowerPoints. Like, that's crippling. That's crippling to some people's mana. Yeah, no, okay, no. Yeah, this is the Harpy. They fly. They're the broom mages. Have broom, will travel, need for speed, wing and a prayer. You know, 1 mana point can repair their broom or carpet, because you can also go on a magic carpet ride. The priestess, otherwise known as Minerva. I believe she's the only one with a 4 in any attribute. Yeah, I know she's actually the only one with a 4 in any attribute. Which is Spirit, otherwise known as, again, the most important attribute in the game. And it's not like she's lacking in any other capacity. No, she's pretty damn well-rounded for what she is. But she is pretty much the avatar of the goddess head. And she gets a bunch of free stuff for all her spells. She also gets more, ritual leads. Favorite daughter. Or one action a day that would normally have them lose favor. You can use miracles. Yeah, no, it's that. Then we have the Regina. Regina's the old witch. Literally, that's the thing. They're old. Like really old. Super old. And then we have the succubus. The succubus is the weird one. Like, oh yeah, finally I could I could play the MILF witch. Does neo-pagan lack concept of commitment? There neo-pagans to a degree. Like there's like 3 different belief systems. Oh, you haven't hit the worst of it yet. We have not hit the worst. Like this is the succubus. Like the entire idea behind the succubus is that they literally steal your fucking soul. It's like, what the fuck? And, other reasons. Start the game with 3 ranks of thralls. Ooh, like, yeah, you can literally just have, like, the succubus is a weird class. Because it's not like, I'm an old witch. I'm favorite of the goddess head. I'm a speed witch. I'm a battle witch. I'm going to commit a crime. I can talk to people. I'm the tech witch. The succubus is quite literally the I will eat your soul. It's like, oh god, no. So yeah, oh wait, can't show that on. Yeah, no. So these are your patronesses. Now, children. Can you tell me what's wrong with this? I'll leave it up to the class. What can you tell me is wrong with this list? Any takers? Oh no, sorry, Draco. Well, one, the Ariadnean isn't in order, and 2, the harpy isn't there. They didn't put the harpy in. Yeah, they just forgot about the harpy for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, she can. Like almost every single other one except these one. It's like, why? You must pick a single patroness. Your goddess at level 3, at level 1, 3, period, 5, period, 7, and 9, period. Yeah, these grant special abilities. So let's go through some of them. Vestet, Skemet, Freya, cats. All your cat abilities. Chain, Cersei, Eris, Estelle? I don't speak. Whatever the fuck that is. Darkness, night, Lilith, Yohalukatel, Artume, Rotarian, not. Then creation goddesses, and like, and mind you, some of these are like pretty weird. Like, okay, death, Hela Core, that the Morrigan, Izumi no Makoto, the Kalma. Okay. All things cost 1 less. Can see ghosts and spirit. Can interact with even harm ghosts. Physical being by spending a point of mana can stave off death for herself for another for up to an hour. Can temporarily raise the dead as zombies. Healing. Corn Woman. Or it's like, some are pretty, like, most of them are like this, though. It's just like, things get cheaper. Character can speak any language, can read any human language, can gain a skill at rank 3 they don't have for an hour. For 1 point... Yeah, no, I went with hunting because I wanted to make a ranged character. Yeah, cure any disease in a 500-foot radius. Like, these are pretty, like, big. And, like, there are a lot of these, and they all are just there. And yeah, nerd goddesses, nature goddesses. Yeah, no, there's a lot. Like, if you want something, it's probably here. Yeah, it's probably here somewhere. And here's our witches. Yeah, witches. I just noticed that's a human being, by the way. Like, that is a person right there. Yeah, you see his face. Oh, there she is again. Causing terrorist acts. But don't worry, they're witches, so it's fine. Yeah, I don't think, like, anyone really is, like, putting 2 and 2 together in that, like, respect. See, you say, like, the Harpy must have been, like, a last-minute addition. I don't know. I legitimately do not know. Yeah, knowledge are your skills. These are pretty standard stuff. Like, nothing, like, really jumps out as, like, being odd. Like, the only one that kind of weirds me out, that's like, oh, okay, then is one, crime. Crime! I always find crime skills funny, because it's always, like, really broad. News is also kind of weird. But, yeah, magic is a skill in this game. That it's a skill that everybody gets and that you need to increase. So, yeah, no, since magic is a skill, but everyone gets it, like, you need the, like, everyone's gonna always pump magic, because magic is an important skill. You're always going to use it. Perform observation, very standard stuff. Like, nothing is, like, really out of the ordinary here. And then we have our benefits. Benefits operate exactly the way that you would think they would operate. They cost something, and you get something, but they're usually very boring. It's things like this. The character moves quickly and with grace. They cannot flub rolls. Like, you can't critically fuck up rolls anymore with the agility attribute. S and gain +1 dice to dodge. Oh, alright. Cool. Most of them are like that. Like, these are where things... This is also another one of those, like, wait a second, requirement. Not usable by Dominus, Succubus, or Patroness Dark. Alright. Alright. Inner light effervescence that brightens all day, all around them. They spend a point of mana to grant allies a +1 dice to a roll. Character gains +1 involving Dark Knight of Shadows. They're nice and everybody loves them. Dark Soul. Ugh. I am the darkness. Not usable by the Domina, the Succubus, or the Patroness Dark. Not usable by any of you fuckers. Sorry, losers. Make a skill of magic like any other one. Yeah, that's where things get weird. Draco, it's like, why is this here? I don't know. I think what happened was that she copy and pasted Brilliant Soul into Dark Soul and then changed the wording, but forgot to change this. Because like, if you were to say, like, oh, not usable by, like, Fury and Patroness Light or whatever, then they're like, alright, that could work. But no. Yeah, it's just, oh, you can just fly naturally. You're famous. You're a fairy. You're secretly a fairy. You're a fast healer. You have personal awards. You are a polyglot. You're a prophetess. You're stunning. You're a succubus supreme, which is different from a regular succubus. And if you play a succubus, there is literally no reason to not choose this. There is literally no reason to do this if you are a succubus. Coffin. Yeah, you want to make your entire living room set full of people? Yeah, no, you can do it. Do it. Come on. What the fuck are you gonna do? You can bore people in this game. Why is there the vor mechanic? Why is there a vor mechanic? No. No. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. All right. So, we're going to talk about this one a little bit. Now, when people talk about Bellum Maga, occasionally this pops up. Occasionally this ability pops up, which is a very weird thing. And I'm going to read it out to y'all, for everyone. The character was either once a pre- or post-operation transgendered man before being tapped by the goddess head. After their ritual of rebirth, they find themselves not only powered by feminine magic, but with access to unique abilities because of their situation. The character can, for 1 mana point, switch back to their full functioning male form for up to an hour. In this form, they have no access to path powers, patroness powers, or gifts, but gain a +1 to their muscle and fitness. In their normal form, they are now totally female, but can at will alter their genitals to be that of a male or female at will. She can also look at a person and know their sexual orientation. Succubus, with their ability, maintain their soul drain power in any form and refer to their male form as an incubus. So, what does this actually mean? Now, when you say that you're a transgendered man, what occurs there is that you were a woman who transitioned to a man. Now, you've been tapped by the goddess head to turn back into a woman as your true form, as your normal form. But you can switch back to your untrue form, your male form, to lose all your powers but gain +1 to muscle and toughness. I think this was... How do you word this? How do you word this properly? Seeing... This is... I don't think this was like a turf thing. I honestly don't. I don't think this was like, man, I really hate the trans people. But what I think this was a I want to put transgender people in my RPG. However, I've put it in the lore that men cannot be. Biological men cannot be witches. So how do I do this? Well, you get the best of both worlds. You become a woman when you want, and you become a man when you want. It's the best. Like, there was zero foresight. There was zero looking at things in any remote capacity. There was no self-reflection. Nobody read that and was like, that's not right. Like, and I have to bring this up because this is like one of the big things when people talk about Bellum Maga a lot. Like, this sometimes gets brought up. And it's stupid. Like, let me just say this. This is stupid. But yeah, no, that's there. But like, this entire game is pretty fucking stupid. Let's just... Yeah, and then it's like, oh, flaws. What's the first flaw we see? Oh boy, everybody, it's ADHD. It's great. You like it. Yeah, no, this is your... And ADHD is actually pretty fucking punishing, by the way. Like, pretty much your starting skills can only go up to level 4. You have a -1 die to your initiative. That's just a permanent thing, too, which is pretty fucking bad. Because you may not be rolling that much. But then you have things like, oh, archaic, which, like, this could be fun, I guess. Also, this is still off-center, and it still annoys the fuck out of me. You freeze in combat. You're secretly a crone. You're a maiden. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. You could be a teenager, aged 13 to 17. Yeah, with all the shit. With all the shit that goes along with it. Yeah, no, it's, also like misandrous. Misandrous is a penalty that you can take. I don't know why. It's funny to me, though. Yeah, mystic addiction, you get rage, you're a sadist, which is, this is also one of my favorite lines, favorite pieces ever here, simply because when I first saw that, all I had was, you should kill yourself now, blah. I'm like, oh God. Oh no, you're prejudiced, you're plus-sized. Yeah, like... Yeah, no, it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet Mother of God. Yeah, don't think that... Also, don't you think we're out of the weird shit yet. Don't you fucking think that we have She-Hulk walking the fucking man dogs that she has. No, God, no, don't think that. Don't you dare think that, no. Yeah, ready for more half Animorphs? There's going to be a lot more half Animorphs here. What if I am a Regina but get made? There's got to be a requirement for that. Regina can't take maiden, right? I didn't see that. No! I mean, I'm assuming that if you pick a maiden and Regina, that's how I would force you to play it. You would be pretty much the you would be the the 500-year-old vampire lolly kind of thing, being like, oh, old-fashioned but also kind of fucking stupid. Yeah, no, here's the zap the world. Here's all your characters turning people into dog. And the thing is, there are barely any pieces in this one that portrays like the people getting victimized, the victims, and this is what they would be called. These are called victims, as like doing anything to like harm somebody. It's not even like they have a gun and they're going to shoot you. Or they're like, oh, well, we're trying to threaten somebody or something. No, it's usually like just a dude standing there and then he gets atomized into bees. Or like this poor woman's getting turned into a fucking hog person backside. Like, what the fuck? This man's half animorphed. This man's a fucking half a manamorph, man. And like none of the witches seem like the good people in any of the artwork. Okay, so gifts. These are magic. This is the main impetus. This is the big thing. This is the part that we all want to see. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, as you go, girl, specified in my Discord. There are two, Varric. I guess if the male form gets +2 to might and tough, doesn't that mean women get -2 strength? That would be correct. Yeah, so gifts, so the big thing is you roll spirit plus magic. That's why I say spirit and magic are like the most valuable skill attributes you can physically have, because these are the main things that like the game is built around. This is the magic game in which there's a magic stat and a magic attribute to do magic shit with. And you're like, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just don't think about it. So, amping a gifts, like, if you choose to amp a gift, like, the idea behind that is that it allows you to, you improve it, but you subtract dice from the dice pool. So, let's say for my magic plus my spirit, I have 8 dice. 8 dice. I can choose to say, I want to make it boundless. As you know, removes a gift's range as long as I know the person's name, I can visualize them in regardless of range. Cool. I'm going to take one of my dice out and I can still roll it. Now, this does lead to some hilarious moments, or things like permeate, which is just like permanent unless the Maga releases it's undone. Or it's mobile, can be stand still while casting it. Or you don't need to stand still. Pretty standard. You roll it, the more successes you roll, the better. That's pretty much it. Not exactly the most complex thing in the world. And yeah, flubs, crits, and resisting, same thing. Like the basic mechanics apply to this. And any flubs, if you roll that, it just costs a little bit more mana, but you need to spend mana to do just about everything in this one. Like, everything costs mana. But you can also amp to remove some of the mana. Yeah, so you can remove dice to remove the mana cost to 1. Yeah, no, it's magic isn't like, for this game, magic isn't actually that bad. Like, I can definitely see what they're going for. It's not good. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not good. God, that's horrifying. But I've seen worse. So, these are all the spells that you can get. See all these? These are all spell categories. And there's a lot of them. A lot of them. And I'll do like here, for example. You know, it's like green arrow, line of leaner of sight. There's blast of green energy, does 2 dice in damage per spirit level of the Maga, and removes 1 mana point of the victim per level rank of the Maga. Alright. Flame arrow, a fiery attack called Fireball by Gaming Maga. It does 2 dice of damage per spirit level of the Maga. Like fire, it spreads on contact, causes flammable objects, performs d6 minutes. Pretty standard stuff. But then you have things like, oh yeah, also all of these also have unique amps that they can also just apply to things if they feel like it, because they can. Reinforce. This gives fitnessins. What is this word?
I didn't even see this. What is this word?
You will never be as cool to fitness. Let's see. Fitnessins inanimate objects up to spirit times 1 feet tall and wide, increasing their health by 1 and allowing them to ignore 1 dice of damage per spirit of the casting Maga. Alright. Like, some of these are pretty standard. Some of these are actually kind of interesting. Like, cool. Like, I'll give them this. This is a body horror RPG. This is a level 2 spell. You can pick this up fairly cheap. The target's eyes, nose, and ears vanish. The skull is altered, so those parts are replaced by smooth skin and bone. The target loses the ability to see, hear, and smell. The character biology is also altered, so they no longer need to eat or drink for spirit times 1 hours. So if you have spirit 4, you can technically do this for 4 hours. And this is within line of sight. However, remember that first one I showed that removed the range and you only needed to know their name as well as what they look like? Yeah, target's mouth vanishes and with a smooth piece of skin. The bone structure under the nose is 1 complete solid mass. The target's vocal cords also vanish. This gift is permanent. The target no longer needs to eat. So yeah, no, you can... can instantly sever any physical member except the head. The limb literally tears off, doing d6 dice in damage. Now, how I interpret that is not just doing d6 damage. That is doing d6. You roll a d6. I rolled a 6. And then you take all your dice. Let's say I got 4 dice here. And then I do 6d6 damage. Oh, wow, look, everybody. I did 5, 10, 15, 19 damage. Everybody, I did 19 damage. Yeah, sorry, I just ripped your fucking limbs off. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Bad witches for witches, also bad. Yeah, like, there's a few of them that's like, yeah, sends the target to hell. They literally just get sent to hell. Yeah, it's Blessing of the Blue Corn Woman. Corn Woman is an aspect revered for kindness as a healing spirit. Oh, alright, fertility. Hey, more harvest food. No one will ever take this. No one ever will. Like, here's the secret about magic and magic spells. This is a little game design tip for everybody. When you're designing magic spells, always think about what you're presenting to the players and what's actually going to be used by the players. Target land up to 100 feet per spirit level radius will become extremely fertile, yielding twice the normal amount of food on the next harvest. Versus, also it's permanente. Feed, which is just doesn't need to eat or drink. People are more likely to pick feed than fertility because who the fuck is going to be using that? When will you use this? Except if you're like, oh, I want to cast magic to make my my apartment's tomato garden better. No! Not a single human fucking being is going to do that. It's like, alright. And also, here is the most important thing you should ever have. Return. This powerful blessing removes the harmful physical effects of any gift. Deformities and transfigurations. So yeah, if you ever want to, like, get rid of somebody's... Yeah, picture removing some, like, oh no, I've done something terrible to you and you're now turned into a half-toad abomination of God that is currently screaming out in help and permanent agony, and nobody has this. Nobody can undo it except the magician themselves. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, and it's you get things like teleporting, you get animating, false death, hexcraft, liar's mask, astral travel, just, exchanging spirits, eyes of the past, eyes of truth, open your eyes, spirit drain, quick morph, small, and then the most horrifying one, welcome to cigarette. Yes, you turn someone into a fucking cigarette and smoke them. I don't know why this is genuinely horrifying to me. Like this is genuinely horrifying. I don't know about any of you, but the idea. Yeah, it is actually. Now, picture, just close your eyes and imagine what hellish existence it would be to be turned into a cigarette and then smoked alive. Literally, you are lit on fire as your body is inhaled and just exhaled into nothingness. Holy shit! This man's got the right look on his face. That is look of horror. That is the look of, oh god. And again, it's not like he has a gun. It's not like he has a fucking swastika on his t-shirt. It's not like he's, running around with a knife in one hand and the head of a fucking witch or something. No, this guy looks like he's walking to fucking school. And she's just like, ta-da, you're a cigarette now. What the fuck? And mind you, there's more. Oh, single inanimate object for spirit times 100 pounds. So if you have a 4 in it, congratulations, it's now that. Now mind you, if you're noticing, everything in one of these is spirit. Spirit, 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 spirit. Nothing else. Yeah, she just turned this man into a goddamn umbrella after turning him into a fucking frog man, a ballerina. There's just some dude in the background. It was just like, why would they burn the witches? Jesus, all I'm saying is that if witches were here, if this was like a real thing going on, and this occurred, and you would see on the news one day, like, oh, like, hello everyone, it's CNN here. So, reporting from downtown Los Angeles, it appears that a witch has rendered this man into a puddle. And you just see some man reeling on the ground, screaming in pain as they, like, try to, like, scoop him up with, like, in a fucking, in a fucking mop. Yeah, no, I all I'm saying is, like, I would be there with the torch in one hand, with the mob being like, am I really the bad guy here? Like, am I the problem? All witches bad? 50-50. Witches turning people into goo monsters? Maybe Frollo was right. All I'm saying is maybe Frollo was right. Yeah, no, it's, this is lit, mind you, this is Miss Sadie Sorcery is some of the more horrendous ones. Including, yeah, reduces the victim or an item weighing less than spirit times 100 pounds into smoldering pile of ash. It's not actual damage and can be reversed. I'm gonna turn you into a literal pile of fucking ash. And then put you in a tiny jar. You're still alive, mind you. You gotta remember that. You are alive as ash. Ah! Shadow Child. Like, there's a lot of fucking spells, by the way. Then you have some common ones like, oh, hey, raise the dead. Viva la Victoria. Victoria, or Nike, as some like to call her, is a champion athlete who, that classic Greek goddess. Yeah, rites are pretty much like big spells that you have to spend favor for, which is your experience points, or your not your voodoo dollars. You don't need to spend voodoo dollars. That's the next one. So artifact, barrier wheel, black candle, like, and then you have effigy cigar. You don't think that you can't smoke people again? Also, do you like her dress? Do you like her dress? Is it patterns like this? It's patterned the wrong way. Like they just put a pattern on it. I like it. Hello, ma'am, in your weird fucking dress that doesn't... At least turn it to the side, man. Like, you can literally see. Like, you can see where they cut it off. Like, right here. You can clearly see it. Like, just turn it to the side a little bit. Not hard. Come on. Come on. No, those are cigars. She's smoking cigars that are people. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's... Then he kind of goes over what Coven Magic is like. And then swag. Swag is just items. It's just gear that you could buy certain levels of gear and then gives you more thing. Very World of Darkness. Does this game work if you've never played World of Darkness? No. But you can get things like, oh, hey, a lighter that's a mini flamethrower. A purse that can hold a room full of things. A sword that does extra damage and glows. There's no mechanics for it. Shoes that allow the wearer to run fast and run on walls. Or, yeah, it's... Like, ah, yes, my familiar. I can have a level 3 familiar, which is a bear. But, exotic pet. You can also buy your lifestyle here. Everyone defaulted the middle class, like, lower middle class. Specifically lower middle class. Dash, long dash, long dash. This is pain. And then thralls, which are literally just people. You just have people. Not slaves, just people. And here's one of my favorite. Here's another favorite piece of mine, where a bunch of witches engage fighter planes over Washington. Like... Like, I would be like, okay, there's like I've been saying like, oh, well, there has to be some like clear clear threat. But if it's gotten so bad that we're scrambling jets in fucking DC, like, there's something much bigger going on. Like, the patriarchy is not scrambling fighter jets over DC. Yeah, now, mind you, this is the actual, like, how to play the game section. Like, we've just hit how to do that. It's all based on this fucking dice pool system, and combat's pretty standard. It has some of my favorite, favorite items. Assault rifle, bow, grapple, handgun, hand weapon, punch, rifle, stunning blow, SMG, and throwing. All of them have... Oh, didn't mean to hit that button. Whoop. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ah! What the hell? Like, alright, like the rest of them looked like relatively normal. What? Why is it so perfect? Why is it so perfect? Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, alright. No. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, no, everything is based around these. And combat gets a little bit confusing. The only thing it gets really confusing with is to get things like this, where it's like, characters gain 1 health level for each part of the health chart per their fitness. What? Like, I interpreted that like it's whatever your fitness is. So if you have a health, characters with a health of 3, the 3 health chart should look like this. So what I'm thinking is, so a character with a fitness of 3, or a body, because that's what it is, of 3 would look like this. Which does mean you have, yeah, no, those are actually quite a lot of fucking things, by the way. Very World of Darkness for you, very cool. Do not say based. Sorry, everyone. It's Bellum Maga based. I should make that the thumbnail. When I do a little opinion on Bellum Maga, I'll make that the thumbnail. Bellum Maga based and red pilled. Not clickbait. Hashtag. Put a soy Wojak on there just to make the money. Yeah, and injury is pretty standard. Like, it's not exactly the most like exciting thing. Most damage is literally done by whatever successes you roll. So let's see. You round 4 damage dice. You roll 8 damage dice, and if you roll successes. Yeah, so 10 damage dice. After a damage dice roll, 6 of those dices are successfully, meaning Selena has 6 points of damage she needs to stop. She makes a fitness roll with 3 dice and has 2 successes. That means she's now taking 4 points of damage. Because your fitness, otherwise known as your body, also is your defense dice that you can use to block damage. Why does that work the way it does? Who the fuck knows? But it does. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty hard to die in this game. Mostly because technically dice don't work. Yeah, the dice just don't function in this game because again, it's 1, 2, 3 is a failure, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a success. Yeah, no, it's a lot of this. Like, this game is really clunky. Like, really, really clunky. And most of it, it's like, you just need successes, which is, again, I think it's supposed to be 4, 5, 6. Roll a shit ton of D6s, try to get over it. It's not exactly complicated. But then, again, like, this looks like, again, it looks like it's a poser model that they just drew over. Or this might just be a stock image, because, like, the eyes look painted on. Yeah, the eyes look completely painted on, and then, like, they just put some filters over it. Like, that just... What did Hobby Lobby ever do to you? Yeah, that's just Hobby. She's just outside a Hobby fucking lobby with apparently like 2 federal judges giving them worms. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, it's... And then we have some fairly basic GM advice, which I don't know how you can really go into this game as like with good GM advice. Just like, God help you. That's all I can really say, is God help you. So, remember when I said that favor was kind of like, it's your experience points? It is true. It's your experience points, but also kind of like your Benny dice. Now, you are encouraged to only give people 7 favor a session. It costs 30 favor to level up. Minimum, you're looking at maybe... You're looking at about 4 sessions between you hit level 1 to level 2. And these are some of the things like good roleplay, helping defeat a villain, really spectacular, follow the pledge, uses a unique way, you know, makes her first post on Bellum Maga, creates something character, wits a guile over violence. It's just like, wait, what? Yeah, and also it does look like this woman is attempting to assassinate somebody. Like, oh no. Yeah, and then we have more lore. Don't you think we don't have lore, because we've got lore. Again, they never show anyone threatening them, just them killing them in horrific ways. The Diary of Amelia Earhart. Yeah. Yeah, that's Bellum Maga. That's Bellum fucking Maga. Oh, no, look at the woman eating somebody. Yeah, these are the bad guys, remember. These are the black vipers. Who look like the only normal human beings around. Is this fetish art? No, it's not fetish art. She does do fetish art, however. Like, it's... That's where I think it's a little bit weird. Like, it isn't technically fetish art. Like, this isn't supposed to be fetish art, but it definitely wants you to believe it is. Maga evil? Yeah, no, they, yeah, they're very, yeah, they literally have Nazis show up. Yeah, they literally... Now, mind you, this could actually be kind of interesting in a really stupid game. Like, you need to make it really stupid to make this work. You have to love and you have to love to hate Nazis. However, you don't just love their origin. You don't have to love their origins. It will come to no surprise that the Serpent was the true master behind the Master Race, with the Thule Society, their occult division, using gifts from the Serpent to battle the Allies and bring the world closer than it's ever been to destruction. Alright, Nazi super science. I'm down. What you may not know is that after World War II, the Thule Society slipped away into a pocket reality they call Valhalla with their Nazi secret weapons, magical artifacts, and various monsters. They took the name the Children of Jormungandr and have been backing hate groups around the world. The the Ku Klux Klan, the neo-Nazis, are little more than fingers, the children's twisted hand. Of SOS Mystics. Yeah, it's... Yeah, am I saying that this is literally a... Yeah, no, they're pretty much saying the Nazis are... If you were to pitch to me, like, a stupid pulp game, like, a really dumb pulp game, like, you need to amp up, being, like, literal, you know, like, mystic, like... If you were to approach, yeah, if you were to approach me being like, Notepad, I'm going to pitch you a game. I'm like, all right, what's the pitch? Mystic Nazis slip into parallel reality, come back with Nazi super weapons, and try to invade Earth. I'm like, fuck it. I'm down. Don't worry, it's magic. Don't think about it. Yeah, it's, yeah, and then we have, there she is again, everybody. Yeah, no, that's also Minerva, mind you. That's still Minerva, just a different version of her. Yeah, no, this is, yeah. There's a lot. Like, we have different mystics. Chosen of Yogamanda. Demons, Jinn, giants, and other poser models she could find. Zamborinos. Yeah, no, that is that's Bellum Maga. Bellum Maga is a weird adventure. Like, the game is bad, but the game kind of transcends into a different kind of bad. And by that I mean it becomes like I'm unable to even fully rationalize how anyone could read this bad. And it burns your fucking eyes just reading it. It's awful. Like, it's just not very fun. However, there's a special one, which is Witch Girl Adventures. Now, why I said this was going to be called the Bellum Maga Cycle is because, well, if we go back here to Channel M, Witch Girl Adventures, right here. These are technically part of the same publishing company. They're part of the same batch of people, and actually, Abigail Soto, if we go down here, skip all of that, she actually worked on this game as one of the contributing illustrators. Now, who actually wrote this game? Who actually wrote this? There's a guy named Malcolm Harris. Now, I want you all to think about this real fast. Does this look like a kid's game to you? To me, it looks like a kid's game. It looks like a game that is for kids, for a younger audience. And that younger audience is, well, probably in their teenagers, because all of the characters present here are supposed to be about 12. Remember that. 12. Not 16, not 17. 12. That is the average age. Now, Malcolm, it's a fascinating duck. So let's find. So what does Malcolm Harris really do? What's his big thing? Well, he is an artist as well. Malcolm is an artist, of course. And this is Malcolm. This actually, I'm not gonna lie, Malcolm surprised me. He really did. I was not actually expecting an African American man. I was not expecting this at all, actually. This one really kind of threw me for a loop. And I'm not saying like, oh, like racism or anything. It's just, I wasn't expecting it. Kind of came out of nowhere for me. And he does a lot of different things. He is a writer first. He is an author, a screenwriter, an artist, and a game designer. These are his big things, though. He likes to write, including a film producer. Oh, a film producer, you say? And what's this? Hexengeddon? This is his big thing. This is the movie that he wants to make. Hexageddon. Oh, okay. Alright. Kind of it. What's it about? When an act of cruelty against a young witch becomes a social media sensation, the witches of the world declare war on humanity. This brings the ancient once hidden first sorority into conflict with a loudmouth billionaire president, a bigoted and sexist minister, and the people of an easily swayed, media-loving United States and the world. Enter Harpy, Christiana Lucius, the expert flying witch who must now enter a war she wants no part of, and deal with not only the force of humanity, but the growing divide among witches themselves. Yes. So the Bellum Maga movie. Yes, that's correct. The Bellum Maga movie. Yes, this has a budget of $12 million. But if you notice here, it says Nova Dea Productions and Relentless Film. I couldn't find anything on Relentless Film. But Novus Dea is, as we already saw, was Bellum Maga. It was Abigail Marie Soto's company. However, if you notice this, US and Hong Kong, Lin San Wu, Amanda Taiping, and then screenwriter Malcolm Harris. I don't believe this is actually being filmed in the US. I don't think Relentless Films, they say US, but I don't really think so. I think this is going to be filmed in Hong Kong or in China. And that $12 million budget, I don't know if that's 12 million USD or that's 12 million won. And is there anything else on this? No, there's nothing else I could find. As you can kind of see right here. Like, this is really it. Like, there isn't really anything here. And it's like, oh, okay then. Ow. Yeah, no, he writes a lot. And this is really his only game. However, when I say this is his only game, I want to preface that by saying, I want to kind of back that up a little bit by saying this is something he's delved a lot of time into. Because this is the Witch Girl Adventures thing on Drive-Thru-RPG. Techie Click Guy, All Hallows Supplement, Mystical Mayhem, Drama Dice. All of these are just expansions and additions and bonuses that he's written for Witch Girl Adventures. Now, Witch Girl Adventures is very weird. Because the game itself is fine. Here's the thing. The game itself is fine. However, Channel M used to not be Channel M. Channel M, if we go here... Yeah, I'm actually having to go to TV Tropes because this is where they talk about it a little bit. Yeah, it used to be called Manga Graphics. And Manga Graphics is the name of the media production group that formed back in 2001 and Witch Girl Adventures Volume 1 and the original Witch Girls, Witch Girl Tales, which was a comic series back in the day. Kind of that earlier, anime kind of look. They also produced Shrinking Sorceress. What's Shrinking Sorceress? Well, Shrinking Sorceress was a comic on GeoCities back in 2001. You cannot actually get to Shrinking Sorceress anymore. But according to this, anyway, this is the only piece of information I could really find. Shrinking Sorceress, a now dead GeoCity site e-zine dedicated to tasteful art and stories centered around the fetish of people being transformed into animals and inanimate objects by sorceresses. Malcolm Harris, the author of Witch Girls and the owner of Channel M, lists himself as a writer for manga graphics in his resume. Several characters, including Nora Desad, Claudia, and Ebony, as well as concept of Witch Girls, in those words, make an appearance in both mediums. There is a degree of connection between a literal fetish piece and this. So that's where things just start getting weird. And this game is an oldie. This game has been around for a while at this point. And this is what Manga Graphics did. They published possibly a fetish RPG. And that fetish RPG, not a fetish RPG, but like a fetish magazine back in the day, which kind of spun off into Witch Girls, which then spun off into Witch Girl Adventures, which you can see right here. This is the Witch Girl Adventures official Twitter account, in which they post the same shit daily. There's also this superhero RPG they talk about. I have literally no idea about it. There's no connection to it. I couldn't really find anything. I don't know if it's just, this is Malcolm's work, or this is like maybe just an independent person they're working with. I don't know. I couldn't really find anything on that. But yeah, this is Witch Girls, all right. Again, look at this cover. Just look at it. And look at this. I was just told TFT Tuesday, and this isn't January 4th, mind you. January 4th. This was 4 days ago. Like, they still posted on this, mind you. They're still doing this. This was 3 hours ago, right here. Full color Witch Girls rulebook on Amazon softcover and hardcover. You can get it right now. You want to get, there we go. I think this is the new edition. I'm going to go over the one that I have. Like, that's a literal child, by the way. That's just a child right there. Yeah, no, it's, Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of... It's $40, by the way. Wait a second. There's a Kickstarter? I didn't see that. Witch Girl Adventures Kickstarter. 'Cause apparently there was a Kickstarter. Witch Girls 2nd edition, Book of Shadows. So I have the 1st edition. So yeah, this is just... Ooh. Yeah, no, it's definitely made its money. All right. I might have to go hunting around for this one. Because this looks a little bit cleaner. Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, look, he logged on to Kickstarter last month and still no update. Oh no! Well, I guess this is the correct version. This is the only... Yeah, took the money and ran, so no one got paid, so no one got anything. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Alright, so, yeah, this is Witch Girl Adventures. Now that you kind of have, like, the history behind it, is it the same thing? Yeah, no, it is. Because remember Abigail Soto's, the other girl in there? Remember her who was on the front fucking cover? Don't worry. She's back. Have no fear. That's why I said, like, keep an eye on... Yeah, there's a little bit of consistency. And, yeah, no, again, 12 years old, everybody. Remember that. Everyone is 12. Yeah, no, and, yeah, same disappropriate responses. One kid gets turned into a beetle. One gets turned into a frog, and the other gets shrunk down as they recruit another witch girl to join the team. If you haven't noticed, she's the villain. She's the bad one. Don't like her. She's evil, but we love her because she's adorable. And 12. Remember, kids, 12. Yeah, this game also doesn't look very good, like just in general. But I'm going to go a little bit faster through this one just because I can. The big thing about this game is that instead of using like D10s or D6s exclusively, it uses a dice ladder. And they also treat you like you were a child playing this game. And this version, anyway, came out in... where's the fucking thing? 2009, 2010. So this is the first edition, you could say. I'm going to see if I can't find the second edition somewhere. But I just want to kind of go over Witch Girls with everybody. But yeah, it uses a dice ladder system, or dice stacking system, however you want to say it. And it's a pretty standard game. Like, it's not a very complex game. You want to make a check? You roll whatever your attribute dice is, plus your skill value. That's it. Not exactly the most complicated thing in the world. You have only a few classes, and the classes really kind of determine a lot more about you than you would think. Because the big thing is you have education, which is pretty much your magical ability, your magical knowledge, and your mundane knowledge. The idea is that they're a little bit different. I'm like, alright, that kind of works. You're gothic, who doesn't really believe in the magic culture, but kind of believes in more pop culture magic. Alright. The insider, who's kind of a 50-50. I'm like, alright. The outsider, who's like everybody else, but also this standard character. The rustic, who's bad, and you shouldn't play them. And the sorceress, who has a D10. We did it, everybody. God damn it, Varric. Yep, you get that, and then you assign the rest of your attributes. Everyone's magic attribute is D8, except the sorceress, which is D10. Starting skills, most of the skills are exactly what you would think of. Also, these are the witch hunters, the bad witch hunters that want to hunt down witches. Which someone pointed out that half of these guys they look like more like Puritan, sexy nun cosplayers than anything. Using skills. Most of the skills are pretty standard. There are a few weird ones, though. I think one of the weird ones that kind of throw me for a loop were... Oh yeah, also I should bring this up. Some of the skills give you bonuses, including bonuses to your abilities. Like characters gain +1 reflexes if you are an acrobat. Or you get more money if you choose bargain. You get more health. Things like that. You also have to choose the basics ability to have the functional understanding of reading, writing, and math. Because if you don't have any of these, if you don't have a skill, mind you, if you do not have it, you take a -1 to any roll you choose to do with it. Until you get it. I can't believe Daft Punk are witch hunters. Yeah, no, it's a fascinating look. So, yeah, I would say the odd one out are things like pop culture. Like, oh, what's hip and happening? The character knows what's going on. They can tell you who's the hottest star and what's music did you... What the fuck? Like, oh, don't worry, everybody. I have that. Or the urchin ability, which, if you choose get urchin, you can get a +1 to hide or streetwise as well. You buy 1 rank in urchin, you get a free rank. You pretty much get 2 skills for 1 for urchin. Never not pick up urchin. It's just good. You get 2 skills for 1. Just pick it up. It's not hard. And then you got a few set of magic skill lists, which, guess what? It's, for a witch girl, this is the single most important skill. Then why is it a skill? Yeah, everyone's just going to dump everything they have into casting right away. While the rest are going to be kind of like side ability. Also, this image still horrifies me. I don't like this image. No part of this image was happy to me. You know, things like enchantments and like focus, herbalism, magical etiquette. It's like... It's like, oh boy, everybody. Like, oh, like everybody clap. It's the potion making skill. I'm gonna dump all my potion skills in the potion making. No! People are gonna put it in the spells, or they're gonna put it in the spell breaker. Like, those are gonna be the things that people are gonna dump their most points into because they are the most important. Your traits are exactly what they sound like. They're traits. Why is this always like this? The faux Disney style kind of throws me for a loop sometimes. So, the big idea is that you have 2 sets of traits. You have traits, which are like being beautiful, being brainiac, being brave, being jaded, or being a Mary Sue, or being an urban, or a warrior, zap happy. Because you don't have magic points or something, you have zap points. Because that's funny, I guess. Like, most of these are pretty standard. Mary Sue is funny, because the entire idea is that you're just like, oh, the most important, have most powerful, most capable around. They usually claim to have some outlandish history with life experience, always better than everyone else's, see themselves as a heroine of every adventure, real or imagined. Like, alright, like, that's kind of funny. It's like kind of making fun of Mary Sue's. Like, if you go into the idea, like, this is a parody game, and it's supposed to be kind of funny in some cases, like, yeah, it's a kid's game. And if you treat it as a kid's game, yeah, it's kind of funny. However, you and me both know that that isn't quite accurate anymore. Now, mind you, because 2nd edition is out there, 2nd edition exists, it gets a little bit more complicated. However, the odd thing is that if we kind of look here, like, oh, alright, so here's Book of Shadows, so you would assume, anyway, that, no, okay, so if I go to Witch Girl Adventures on Channel M Publishing, it's going to be one of their first ones, I mean, 2nd edition, so everyone who bought Witch Girl Adventures will obviously buy Witch Girl Adventures 2. Right? That makes complete sense. No, this is it. This is the 2nd edition rulebook right here. Well, first edition rulebook. This is the one we're reading right now. And all the expansions are apparently built for this. Yeah, well, okay, it looks like he apparently was not sent or dropped. Please email me. Yeah, like... Let's see. Drama dice. Never seen that. Let's actually try like Book of Shadows. So is this the... So this has to be it. This is the second edition. No, this isn't it. Because this isn't the second edition. This is just the magic system for it. Wait a goddamn. What in the goddamn? Yeah, this is respelled. What the fuck? Book of Shadows, second edition, absence $100 from a bank account. First, if you do have the adventure book, that you probably should not get this. So this is second edition? This is the second edition. What? So this is the second edition. So this is the Kickstarter. No. Oh, okay. This makes sense. This makes sense, though. Because March 2015, I think I know what occurred here. That's why he's still even selling the first edition. Because he didn't write anything new. This is the second edition book. He changed it from Book of Shadows because Book of Shadows isn't real. Like here. He instead made it 1.5 edition with respelled as pretty much an errata to the first book. And that's why he's still charging full fucking price almost for all of these. When normally you would reduce it down. Okay. But yeah, no, otherkin are supposed to be just like magical people, which things like, oh, I can be half fae, half immortal, half a werewolf, half vampire. Yeah, like, I'm fine with this personally. Like, everyone, like, I find it funny in a way because, like, oh, you're supposed to take a special heritage. Your special heritage is what makes you special because you're a fucking witch girl and you can do that. Fuck it. Guitar noises. Like, fuck it. Who cares? Like, it's jokey. It's kind of funny. Like, it's, you know, it's supposed to be a little bit amusing. Like, yeah, no, my family was an oracle, or my mom put a bajillion wards on me when I was a child. Oh, no! And it always comes with advantages and disadvantages. Like, I don't hate this system. That's the thing. I don't hate the drama dice system. I think it's a little clunky at some places, and it's definitely for a younger audience. This is a game designed for kids. However, you also get kind of the same issues that occur in Bellum Maga, where does that look like the face of fucking Mercy right there? Does that look like the face of Mercy as she is about to atomize this goblin man? Look at this poor goblin. He entered this cave trying to find his friend, only to find a charred corpse and a psychopath trying to murder him. Like, all I'm saying, shit's fucked. But yeah, no, it's like you can play younger witches or you can play older witches. Like, yeah. Princess Lucinda's like Princess Lucinda is supposed to be a bad person. You're not supposed to like her, but she's fucking everywhere in the book. Case in point. Even though her story is funny, like, her story is amusing because the idea behind it is that she is a princess. That she, like, that Princess Lucinda thing is a real thing. She's a princess from another world. Except in the other world, her family were effectively tyrant wizard. It was part of a tyrant wizard lineage. And then they got booted to, fucking booted to Earth. Like, alright, that's kind of funny. Like, it's funny in its own way. Those kind of, the kind that takes kingdoms away from those kinds of princesses and destroys all they hold dear. Yeah, no, like, it's one of those things, like, if it was like, this is a children's story, like, oh, hey, we gotta, oh no, there's goblins in the pantry, we're gonna snap and turn them into mice and snakes, ha 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 ha, look, it's funny, ha 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 ha. But this is literally turning two children into a snake and a mouse with the impossible intent of having one eat the other. Ah! Like, it's baffling. It's completely like, what the fuck? If it wasn't as common, I don't think I would have cared as much, but it's like, it's fairly common. Now, this is the best part of the game. I want you to remember this. This is the best part of the game, which is the magic system. Because all the magic system is determined by the MTR, the magic type rank, which, whatever your magic is, you have specific ranks in it, which usually is from like 1 to 3 on average for a starting character, but you can push it up to 4 in certain cases. And whatever the MTR is kind of the things that you can choose to be the spell about. Like, once you figure it out, cool. Not limit distance and time to exact meters distance. Oh, you can choose to do it. So it's like, oh, let's say I have a 3. Well, I can choose to have a duration for an hour, and I want to do 5 damage with it, and it's going to be with only 1 target. All right, what do you want to do? Well, I'm going to throw it at them, and I want to do this. Or like, oh, all right, cool. Like, you just try to go against their magic, their magic defense. Resist magic, or it doesn't have what equal to easy difficulty breaking. All right, roll your dice, add your skills. That's it. Spend some zap points equal, I think it's zap points equal to the MTR, the highest MTR you use. So it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, it's encouraging you to really make your own spells, Because it's like, oh, hey, I want to alter, I want to change what people look like, or I want to make it bigger, I want to make it smaller, or I want to augment things, I want to do things. I'm like, that's cool. Like, that's kind of interesting. I'm in. You're supposed to kind of create your own spells. And yeah. However, some of the spells that have this is the first example spell you get, which may turn any normal animal into any other type of normal animal. A dog may be turned to a bird, a cat into a horse, etc. Gift exchange, sludge, animalize object can turn an inanimate object into an animal. Animalize person, shrink people, objectify an animal. Turn an animal into an object. I don't like you, Mr. Rat. Turn you into a fucking glass ball and shatter you and you kill it. Princess Lucinda's back and she's locking people in a jar. Ah! What? Why? Why? Just why? It's things like uncreate, or yeah, like conjuration, which is like calling monsters and swarming. There's a lot of spells here, and they're not like necessarily, these are just kind of like example ones that they kind of let you use. But there's also some like, yeah, this is what like a teenage girl would probably use, like sorcery, like, yes, remote viewing spells for. It's like, yeah, she's gonna like watch a live concert of her favorite band. Like, yeah, that's kind of cute. That's kind of funny. Oh, I want to say hi to my friend. I'm going to leap through his computer real fast because I'm a witch and I can do that. Cool. Like, this is fine. It's like, half of these are like, oh, that's fine. Here's some healing. Here's some illusions. Like, all right. But then it's always like something pops out of nowhere. Like, oh, yeah, summon the dead. What, you don't want to do necromancy? MMORPG spell. Yeah, you're gonna like your MMORPG spells. Offense. This is the first picture for offense. It's just the fucking evaporation of a person. Like, oh. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, and also technically you do have the boom, this nasty spell unleashes the power of the atom on a target. Yeah, does this game have the power word nuclear strike? Yes. And is that an ability that at rank 6 you can totally do? If you get 6 ranks in the offense spell tree, you can walk up to a person, poke them in the chest, and say, Ome wa Shindaru, and then nuke them. Like, yeah, no, it's like, yes, of course. Protection spell. Like, this is a fun system. Like, it's a little bit weird, a little bit wonky, but I like it. It has its own charm. Jake as fuck, as evident by Mr. Dog here. Yes, and I hope you all know that the dog was very close to replacing Innocent Doge as a co-host today. There was very close. But I'm like, no, I need him here. I need my faithful co-host. Because shit's gonna get whack. But he was very close to getting replaced by this derpy-looking fucking dog. Like, none of the other animals look weird. The dog just looks like he's done ketamine. But yeah, it's perfectly serviceable system. Like, that's the thing. It's a perfectly serviceable system. It's just... How do I word this? How do you word this? Like, is there anything actually, like, necessarily, like, big else? Am I forgetting something? No, not really. Most of these are just, like, The combat's exactly what you think. You have to go against their reflex. That's the idea. So if their reflex is like D8, you instead have to pretty much do a roll off against to hit them. That's pretty much it. Not exactly the most complicated thing in the world. And it's alright. Now, how do you do this game, really? Oh, okay, no, this is the final point I need to get across, which is... what the fuck? These are VOO dollars. Yes, VOO dollars. Well, when a game episode is over, you as the director may be content with the job well done, but players are screaming for something more. Stars in Hollywood get paid, and in Witch Girls they get paid too. Not to mention the kind of money, the currency you apply to improving a character. Because one of the big things about this game is that you are called the director, and all the characters are called stars. It's like it's a movie. This kind of led me to believe that Malcolm Harris is he's a writer first. I think he is a screenwriter, I think he is a book writer, and I think he's a game designer second. And one of the weirdest things about this game is the VOO dollar system. In this game, you don't get experience points, you get VOO dollars. You are expected to effectively hand out these VOO dollars as currency. Players both contribute to the amount of VOO dollars. When a player earns VOO dollars, you can actually hand them bills. Keep track of the VOO dollars they earn. When VOO dollars are spent, the player may give them back and tell you on what they are being spent on. And keep track of where the stars are. For a lot of things, for showing up the game on time, making everybody laugh. Can hand them out during the game to help player with player motivation. Just reward a player for role-playing well or doing something truly spectacular. And if you bring emotion to a scene, you get paid too. If you perform mundane obligations, go to school, hang out with friends, go on dates. Defeats a foe with same strength. Defeats a stronger foe. Defeats a weaker foe. Does not disturb the game. Character does move something, moves the full game forward. Like, pretty standard stuff. Now, if you spend VOO dollars, this is what you can spend them on, like raising magic skills, getting new talents. Stop a character from dying, raise magic die by one type, raise body, mind, and soul will social die by one type. This is your XP. Yes, this is like a thing that they want you to copy and like print out and hand to people. Like, but I thought about it for a bit. And yeah, here's the world of Witch Girls, if you want to know the lore of Witch Girls. Like, yeah, no, you want to... There's an entire thing on, like, World War II Witch Girls, which I thought was kind of funny, that you were expected to also, like, if you wanted... Hey, look, it's Princess Lucinda again!
We love Lucinda. She's the best.
She's not. Oh, there's Abigail. There's Abigail. You can always find her. But there's more Abigail Marie Soto. Of course, he's drawing fucking Lucinda. Let me see. You will never be as cool as the elite beat Puritan agents. But we'll sit on this screen for a second as I kind of mull over this. What? kissing boys. Come on. I mean, here's the thing. So, Witch Girl Adventures, we can have a complicated idea about. Does this game have Anne Frank? No, Varric, it does not have Anne fucking Frank in it. Now, there's two things that you can say about this game. Thing A. Witch Girl Adventures is a game for children. And if you go under that idea, it excuses some of the earlier writing. Because I didn't really go over it, but like, they go over things in weird detail, and other things they just don't think about at all. It's like, oh, well, this is what role-playing is. And it's like this. Or it's like, oh, well, you're called stars, and it's the director. And you gotta remember to do this, and like, oh, like, when you get a bonus, like, you have to add your skills together in the skill roll, and like, the way they enunciate things is good for actually a kid's game, because you want to make sure that when a kid opens up the book, someone who is 12, 13 years old opens this up, they can read it, and it's like very much spelled out for them. And because that's what sometimes those kids need. They need pictures and shit like that. That's what they like. That's just, or it's like an adult reading it. They can kind of clearly see it, and they can clearly reference it. On the other hand, is this game not designed for children? Because there are some weird things in this game. The weird amount of transformations occurring. Lucinda being way too common, and her being like blatantly evil. She's just a blatantly evil, horrible human being. And things like, oh, I've turned you into a rat and mouse, and I want you to fucking eat each other. Oh, it's like, what? You kind of turn around, you're like, what? That's horrifying. Like, it's like genuinely scary in a way. It's not like, I turned you into a toad. And then they turn back in like 5 seconds. Like, no, like it kind of escalates beyond being for kids at that point. But is this like game for like teenagers who could kind of take that? I don't think so, because it doesn't respect your time as much for being a teen. To be fair, children like to imagine those horrible things. Well, true, but you never spell it out. That's the big thing. You never spell something like that out. Because these are you might be playing it for like a 12-year-old, like 12, 13-year-olds, and 12, 13-year-olds who are game enough to play Witch Girl Adventures probably want to play Harry Potter more than they want to play that. They want to say Alakazam and then blast fucking I can't believe it's not Voldemort, and send him flying. They want to do that. They don't really want to play Witch Girl Adventures as much. They want to play Harry Potter, which honestly, if you were to say, let's play Harry Potter, this is not the worst system to play it in. It really isn't. To the point where they make a joke about it at the beginning and give you rules for it. They give you a very basic rules of how to play Harry Potter because they know that's what people are going to look for this in. It's just weird. It's a game that, if you take in with no context, yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to rake it high. I'm not going to say it's like this hidden gem you've never heard about before. No. I think if you're a teenager who wants to do something like that, you're probably already playing something else. Like, oh, well, I want to do witches and wizards and all that. Being like, you're probably playing D&D then, or you're playing a urban fantasy game. You're playing World of Darkness, maybe. Which, again, like, hey, I want to play let's play a vampire. Like, fuck it, yeah, you're probably playing fucking World of Darkness or some shit like that. If you're a kid trying to play a game, like, if I was a parent and I had kids and they were like, we want to play a game about Harry Potter, I'd be like, this wouldn't be the worst option, but I would kind of curate some of it. but that's like a very specific set of requirements, if that makes sense. It's a confusing game, but like in context. In context. Like, this game becomes infinitely more horrifying in a way, because, like, oh, yes, it was potentially done by somebody who did fetish art with the same characters. Or, like, this was born from a game of, you know, these were born from, you know, fetish art people. It's like, oh, Jesus, that kind of changed the context. Or, yeah, it's odd. It's very odd, and I don't know about it. Because, like, you have the ideas like the Immortals. Like, the Immortals are actually kind of interesting, because the entire idea behind them is that as witches were once worshipped as goddesses, immortals were once heroes. Like, the descendants of Gilgamesh. Well, you're the descendants of Lilith. They are the descendants of Gilgamesh. Immortals bring stability. Yeah, they're pretty much just they are the counterpart to witches, and they are all men. Every single one of them is a man, and they are these horribly stable beings. They aren't super strong in their own way, but they bring out they bring out these heroic qualities into themselves. I'm like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Like, yeah. Like, there's some, like, oh, that's kind of interesting in its own right. Like, there's some, like, Perseus Jackson stuff going on here, and apparently in the second edition, they were going to bring those in. Like, oh, cool. Like, they have a lot of cool ideas. They just don't do anything with it. Like, yeah, here's some witches. Where's a witch girl? Is an adult witch. It's like, the freelance hunter, you know, goblins. But yeah, Hmm. I don't know. I really don't know. This game kind of boggles my mind sometimes. It's such an odd game, an odd set of ideas, and I would be curious to see, like, what this actually, who is this game for? That's my first question. My first and really only question. Who is this game really for? Is this for kids? Then why are there so much weird shit in it? Is this not for kids? Then why is it treating us like kids? I think that's kind of like my final thing with it. And I think that's all you can really say about it at the end of the day. It's just like, it kind of, I enjoy it. I just want to know what the fuck it's about. And it doesn't help that it was also done by a fetish artist. Like, it's just done, it's a fetish thing. But we're not going to say it's going to be a fetish thing, because that's weird, because they're all 12. They're all children. That makes things weird. So, yeah, that is the Bellum Maga cycle, as we're going to call it, with these two. So now for something completely fucking different. This is Blood Feud. The next three are going to be kind of in order of seriousness, you could say. And in order of seriousness is how much of them are legitimately people like going 110% believing it. And why some of these ended up in here are just because they're just odd, or they're strange, or Looks like I'm stretching. Oh, God! That's not how my back's supposed to go. Put that up. There we go. I'm reinvigorated. Relive. So, Blood Feud kind of came. I first heard about Blood Feud a while ago. Like, I heard of Blood Feud during the last RPG versus last Zine Quest. This is when I first saw it. It made actually some pretty good money. It made, let's see. It made a little under 10 grand. It made 9.8 grand on Kickstarter for Zine Quest. For Zine Quest, I think 2. And it was a zine. It's not really supposed to be like this really deep game. It was supposed to be just like, here, 50 pages, A5 saddle stitched booklet. Oh. Alright. It uses the Dreams Askew engine. Now, Dreams Askew sounds familiar. It should, because Dreams Askew are actually used by Buried Without Ceremony. Buried Without Ceremony, the same guys who put together things such as, we go here. Hello, Avery. Hello, Miss Avery. Unceded territory is this. That's not how that works. Hate to break it to you. She made Monster Arts 2, which I think is decent, as well as things such as, where the fuck is it? The Quiet Year, which I adore. I adore The Quiet Year. I think it's a really interesting game, and everyone should play it at least once. I haven't really got over any of their other games, but I've always respected them for The Quiet Year. No, they never shut the fuck up. So, I was like, alright. And now, one thing they kept posting, it was like, alright, here's all these things about Vikings, and the big thing that you can right away see, the first fucking thing, it's Blood Feud, an RPG about honor, power, and toxic masculinity. And about toxic masculinity! Gotta make sure you know about that. Gotta make sure. And the place... Yeah, these are what I was talking about for Blackfisk. I wanted to kind of see what I could find. Mostly because, here's the fascinating thing about Blackfisk Publishing. They're a Swedish studio. That's the big thing. They're a Swedish studio. About the producer. Let me see if I can... What is the English version? Blackfisk Publishing. We go here. And this is kind of their big game here. It's like, oh, all right, kind of interesting, kind of weird. Like, now let me see if I can find. They have an English website, I believe, or it might not actually be in English, but like, come on, I know you have an English site. English, haha. So, here are this is their English site. Now, their featured products: Slaying Dragons, Blood Feud, and Traffic Lights. Slaying Dragons, a micro RPG about hardship, consequences, and confronting one's shortcomings. About slaying your metaphorical dragon. All right. Doesn't really jump out at me. Blood Feud, almost John Peterson and off Peter Malmberg. It's only in English. Mind you, look at language English. The other one was also language English. Traffic Lights by Peter Malmberg. It's a safety tool. This is a safety tool that you can buy. The little cards. Now, Doesn't look like there's anything, right? No. Let's go to Alla Producta. This is the Swedish site, mind you. This is the Swedish side of the website. Thespian. Vindisa. Skrant. This is only in... Apparently, this is really only in Swedish. I haven't been able to find like anything really about this. It says it's in English. I don't think so. You know, you are an actor who has been called to substitute at the very last minute in a performance. Production has been a disaster. Director and former actors have disappeared or been fired. The big premiere is tonight. Your loved ones and rivals are likely to be there. All right. That's kind of interesting. Kind of in. Looks kind of interesting. This is only in Swedish, mind you. This one's only in Swedish. You know, hearts together with peer explore mysterious jungle ruins, fight the intrusion of sorrow, determine conflicts between rival factions, become heroes for the forgotten ordinary people, make a name for yourself and leave your mark on the world. Oh. Classic foundations. Artwork looks really nice. Interesting game world. Alright, kind of looks pretty interesting, actually. It kind of has this... Looks very colorful, kind of has a lot more artwork to it. Kind of looks like a more traditional RPG. Windsoul. Grump. Grump. A horror role-playing game about relationships and folklore. Only, this isn't actually in English. This is only in Swedish, apparently. Literally just scrum. I think it's pronounced scared. Old word with broad meanings, supernatural, magic, ghosts. It's a horror game. So it's like, oh, it's a horror game. Oh. And then we have this one, only in Swedish, mind you. Only in Swedish. God's Tale, you portray... in a God's Tale, you portray these guys. Together you go on an adventure with 9 worlds, but each of you wants to be the deity who receives the most honor, not infrequently at the expense of their kin. Gazaka is a role-playing game for 3 to 5 players. Very simple, in gaming sessions usually take 2 hours. Each session is a short story. Style of Old Norse myths with a surreal escapades, though some humor, a little bickering among themselves. My throat is fucking getting shredded at this, but I will finish this. Like, I'm in. This seems pretty interesting. This seems pretty fun. Looks like a little bit silly, but like... And like, why I bring this up, you know, why I kind of bring this up is I am more fascinated. Like, I'm more interested in their Swedish games than their English ones, because their English ones don't seem that appealing to me. But like, hey, let's explore some like weird jungle world. Cool. Here's a Swedish horror RPG. Cool. Replay Viking myth stories as you try to one up one another. Awesome. Where are those ones? Where are those? And why do we have traffic lights or blood feud? Why do we have those ones and not these ones? Why? That's why I wanted to ask people, like, have you ever heard of these guys and see if you have actually even played any of these games? Because I want to know. But this is who they work with. They are they're exactly the kind of people you would think so. And apparently they are working on translating it to English. I don't know, though. Like, if they have, I don't sure as hell haven't told anyone about that yet. But yeah, no, it's, they've also done some Morkborg stuff, because of course they fucking have, because that's all you can do. Actually, do they have? Apparently God's Tale. Oh, they have an itch right out. I didn't see that. Yeah, apparently God's Tale is there, not anything else really. Oh, God. Follow me on itch.io, everyone. Alright, so let's go through Blood Feud. Because Blood Feud is not my kind of game. Let's just say that right now. Influences Saga of the Icelanders, which I liked. Dream Askew, Fiasco, Dog Eat Dog, Kagamatsu, I Was Dracula's Mistress, Cats, Making of a Man, Head to the Hismonic Masculinity of the Viking Age, QueerCon Online 2020, AshCon, QueerCon 2019, and so what is this game actually about? Well, as you can see by the very first line, it's a game about toxic masculinity, common attitudes and behaviors among men that causes harm to the men and others around them. It's a game about Vikings or pre-Christian Scandinavia. We should combine the two because modern media depicts Vikings are rife with bloodshed, power struggles, and wanton mayhem, caused largely by toxic masculine attitudes. Because of this, the Viking world is a perfect microcosm for looking and learning about toxic masculinity. It is simultaneously far enough from the past that no one alive has experienced it, yet familiar enough that we all have a clear image of it. Yeah. Understand the power struggles between men. It's hard to understand why someone would behave in a way that is cruel or outright reprehensible without having embodied the experience of what his perspective might be like. That is what this game is about. By asking you to play toxic men, we are hoping to show you not only the hows of toxic masculinity, but the whys. And I'll learn how to better combat the issues of men's dominance. Yes. You're correct. So this is basically not historically correct to Vikings. It's let's take the Viking era and talk about something modern. To the point of it's a little bit of its downfall. So, of course, there wouldn't be enough to experience perspective men without talking about the consequences of their behaviors. It is clear from the Icelandic sagas, clear historical, bloody feuds due to the toxic behavior of a feud. Toxic behavior. The game was natural include 2, if not 3 generations into the same story. Their peers, partners, parents, children are all affected by their actions. Education topics aside, yeah, there's a little bit of moralizing in this one. Yeah. Traffic lights or other safety tools of your preference. They explicitly say that you have to have safety tools. This is I think one of the only games I've ever known to include it as like as a dedicated thing. So, first decide time frame of your play session. You need at least 4 hours, including a half an hour at the end for the debrief. So you'll only be really playing this game for about 3.5 hours, maybe. So, 4-player game takes longer than 3-player game. I know, astounding. So, set the expectations. Now, this is a thing that you have to do. It's read aloud. And for people watching at home, watching later, I should say, who maybe don't have the video up, I'm going to read it for you. This is a game about toxic masculinity. To those who have not heard of the term before, it refers to certain common attitudes and behaviors among men that cause serious harm to the men and others around them. It's also a game about Vikings of pre-Christian Scandinavia, about honor and blood feuds, about courage and brutality, about corruption and consequences. Above all, it is a game about what it means to be a man in such a world, and what consequences that has on the world around those men. What I do for you all. Aim. Aim, it's because when they say it cites cats, it's cats is like, the idea is it's concept, aim, tone, and safety, or subject matter, which I would, like, that's fine. If you want to, like, yeah, let's talk about the concept of the game, what we want to do with the game, what kind of the tone we're going for, and the subject matter. Cool, that's fine. I think that's a perfectly justifiable act. But, alright. Aim. Read aloud. The overarching goal of the game is to explore and experience toxic masculinity. Each one of us will take the role of a man in a Viking society. We portray these men as we like, but when we perform certain behaviors that trigger a move, there will be a shift in honor. In this game, having honor is to have power, and in order to be powerful, we must act in accordance to what is considered manly. Since this game has no game master, we will all have equal authority over the shared fictional world. In practice, we will take turns playing non-player characters, framing scenes, and other such tasks that a game master would normally do. Implying women can't be perpetrators of toxic masculinity. They have an idea of that, but when I kept memeing, like, this is the only game where you can treat women like objects, I'm not lying. Because you can't technically make a woman character. Women don't actually have much agency. Which is kind of weird. Tone. Next step is to talk about the intended tone of the game. Read aloud. This game wants a certain kind of tone to fully shine. We should aim for something that captures the following description. A thoughtful drama about relationships, competition, and social consequences. Genres to avoid are comedy, action, or pulp. I'll have you know, I lifted my shirt up and started rubbing my stomach when I was reading that, just to get the full pretentious asshole in. It's great. Safety and subject matter. Now, this is what I mean, and I'm gonna read this out a little bit normal, just because I want to kind of give you all this. And it explicitly says read aloud. This is a game with heavy themes. For example, violence is a central part of the game. Sexuality is another central theme. I don't know why. If this makes any of us uncomfortable, we should consider playing another game. To help us create a safe gaming environment in a game like this, we have a safety tool. Continue by explaining how to use the safety tool. You may signal your boundaries at any time by using the safety tool, but if anyone has a boundary that they want to mention before we begin, such as homophobia, slavery, rape, child abuse, or violence against women, you may do so now without having to explain why. An important thing to note is that children below the age of 15 are not subject to the rules of men and women in this game. They are allowed to just be children. That said, considering the importance of family and bloodlines in this setting, children should be a naturally part of our story. Yeah, so this is what I mean by just pain. What the hell? Why are people pinging me? Yeah, so we have to fill out our character sheet. Characters are pretty simple. You have your first name and your nickname. Don't think about anything else. Don't think about it. Why are you thinking about it? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it now. So you write down everyone else's name, and then you choose who you look up to, and the rest you look down upon. And that's pretty much into every time you character you look up to is mentioned, you gain 1 honor. Mark 4 or 5 traits of your choosing. Pick at least one of them from each column. You gain 1 honor from the back for each trait you chose from the left column. It let you player declare what traits they choose. Now, nothing is secret. These are the traits. It's from the left-hand column, it's like, I'm married to a woman. I have a strong son. I have a beautiful daughter. I have battle scars. I have several sexual relations. I own land. I know the law. From the right one is more personal, but don't get any honor. I have no sexual interest in women. I have a feeble child. I fear death. I know how to practice Sejra magic. I have broken up with some of my relatives. I am in considerable debt. I am outlaw in hiding. And then our male relationships, and then what you want from one of them. So, for example, you might say, I look down upon Sigurd, and you may say, I want Sigurd to pay me back his debt. That's it. Gay Vikings, by the way. I don't know, like, this kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, there's no, like, explicit thing about this. So it's just like, we're gay now. Meanwhile, fate, finally. Bar of Vikings go raiding for that sweet Irish ass. Yes, I believe those two are on the cover. I believe those two are the cover children. Because when we get to the move section, because yeah, there's moves in this game. Then you create the relationship map. The relationship map is actually kind of interesting for a different kind of game. It's a weird game. You draw you draw locations, who owns what, and kind of different locations have different importances, and that's pretty much your set scenes. When dealing with Satan War Snakeskin, when I was writing that game, I looked over this, I'm like, I'm going to steal parts of this. Because I like parts of this, and I'm going to take it for my own. And then I decided to add my own thing to it, because I'm an evil human being. So, these are women. Now, women. So, players whose characters are married will create these women now. If you have no wife to create, instead create another female relative, a sister, a mother, a daughter, perhaps. When creating a woman, you come up with a name and write it on an index card. There's space for 3 lines below. On the back of the card, you secretly write what that woman wants most in life. Something unrelated to the men's issues. Now you pass the card to the player on your left without revealing what you wrote on the back. The following 3 players should write 1 reputation each below her name. Reputation represents the perceptions and expectations that men have of that woman, such as nosy, strong, beautiful, and iron-willed. Afterwards, put the card in the middle of the table. That's it. That's what a woman is. Goodbye, woman. Begone, woman. Yeah, like, some characters just aren't really... Pretty much children and non-important male characters get a name. That's all they get. They get a name. Women get a note card. That's it. Nothing else is really there. You fill out your male relationships, then you take a break. At this point, there should be an hour into the session. Yes, all of this took an hour, apparently, just to come up with people's names and stuff. Like, wow, that's taking an hour. And remember, 4 hours, minimum. 4 hours. And now, half an hour of that has to be dedicated to the debrief. So we have 3.5 hours to play now. So let's summarize the rules. You have narrative freedom, moves and honor, and scene framing. Narrative freedom is pretty much everyone has the right to say whatever the fuck they want. This is the best way to summarize it is improv theater. That's what you were doing here. You were doing improv theater. And do you like improv theater? If the answer is yeah, you'll like this game. If you don't like improv theater, you will not like this game. Mostly because like everyone says is truth unless an addendum is made. Yeah, so another way to think of that, you're all playing both the character and the game world. If you want some part of the environment to be relevant, describe it. If you want an additional character in the scene, play them. The narrative is that you are only allowed to interrupt another player for 2 reasons: making an addendum and introducing an obstacle. So, like an addendum being like, I know someone who can solve your little husband problem. Gundrum. An addendum. Is this the same man who swore to chop your head off the next time he saw you? Yeah, it is. But with enough gold, I'm convinced you'll come along. You can just add an addendum. There isn't really like any... Oh yeah, Scandinavian LARP. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, no, is it homoerotic Scandinavian Viking LARP? Yeah. Am I making it out to be a lot cooler than what it actually is? Yeah, especially when we have to learn that women have to be included. That's the sad part. Like, obstacles... This is one of those weird bits that, like... What? Like, oh. Like, player A, I walk up to Eric with grim determination. Player B, his 2 bodyguards moving to stand in your way, hands on their weapons. And then it goes back to you. Like, you introduce an obstacle. Again, it's theater. It's fucking improv theater. It's, oh, I approach you with my blade, and then the other person's like, yeah. His guard steps forward. There's a guard there. There's a guard there. Everyone's like, ha ha! You cannot find me, you knavish coward. Oh, what the fuck am I gonna do now? Fuck. Yeah, it's like, oh. Like, oh, all right. Then we frame the scene. Pretty much you're only going to be able to frame the scene twice. And by framing the scene, it's like, okay, it's my turn. We're going to be in this location doing these things with these characters. Everyone's like, cool. And then that happens. And you're only going to get pretty much 2 passes to do that. You're not going to get that much opportunity to actually control the story. But that's kind of on purpose. Just make sure each player gets a scene in each act. Transition to table talk in character dialogue can be tricky. State the intention, decide what, choose a location. And they encourage you to be a little bit direct than normal. And yeah. Flash forward, time is bullshit. Fuck it, who the fuck cares? Choose locations, assign characters. Because, like, the idea is that when you frame a scene, you get to decide who is there and when the scene starts. You always introduce your character as the main character, and then you can also... You decide who other non-player characters are there, or characters or non-player characters, and then designate who gets to play the non-player characters if their main character isn't there. Which is really weird. I get it. Like, let me understand. I understand what the intent is. But it's really weird because, like, you're choosing who gets to play what. Because, again, it's a GM-less game, so it's like, okay, it makes sense. Like, you don't really have... The one advantage of a GM, and I will always say this for any GM-less game, the one advantage of a GM is that you have one consistent person. You damn well know that guy's job is to not be a player. He has no outside influence. He has no kind of intro or no like desire to do something outside of helping, kind of either opposing you or opposing that, or kind of doing or playing the world. Those are his 2 goals. The GM's goals ultimately is just that. He doesn't give a fuck about you guys. But that's why people hate DMPC so much. People don't like DMPCs is because the DM now suddenly has a new goal in mind. He has a new incentive. He has to make sure that NPC he has a little thought in the back of his head. That NPC does something. Because it's my PC. It's my player character. I'm the DM. Yeah, playing a woman. When you are assigned to play a woman, you pick up the index card with her name on it and read what's written on the back of the card. Keep this to yourself, but use it as a guide to how to play your character. Now, what this also means, in one very odd situation, is that the same character may be played by multiple players. And yeah, there's nothing to guide you. Like, literally, when you're assigned to play a man or a child, there's nothing to guide you. Just wing it. Or like, don't be afraid to put your own stamp on them. It's like, what? And because anyone can play them, you end up in this weird situation where a character can be played by multiple players and have completely different, like, it's almost like roller coaster personality. So introduce it. Oh no, then we go over everything, and then who gets assigned what. End of scene. Yeah, no, it's, if the player played a woman during the scene, decide the main character was most unmanly. Yes, the scene ends. Yeah, at the end of the scene, the player who played a woman plays the scene, decides which male character was the most unmanly. If it's a player character, they lose 1 honor. If the player who played a woman can't produce a unanimous decision, no one loses honor. If there's only 1 man present, no one loses honor. Any player whose player character was in the scene may change the I look up to, I look down upon to any male character. Characters are also present in the scene if this was causes you to have a want that does not match your view of the character. Update your want by picking a new one from the appropriate column. Update relationships. Okay. And then you break down the act structure, how that works. And then moves. Moves. When you spot a move, simply say, that's name of move. 7 moves. So, the big thing is all of these either escalate something or they either give you honor, take away someone else's honor, or kind of gamble honor. All of these are the honor economy right here. The idea is taking, gaining, losing, or paying. That's pretty much all it is. You literally have a bag with like the little tokens of honor. When you share someone's bed, sleeping with someone has social consequences. The Viking era, those consequences were somewhat different. For example, modern concepts such as heterosexuality and homosexuality did not exist. Because remember, if there were no such thing as gay people back in, homosexuality didn't exist back in the day. Remember that. What mattered was the sexual role one took, like an active like a man or passive like a woman. God help us all if the woman goes sicko Amazon on our ass, on my frail Viking ass. Due to the explicit measure, trigger off camera. So, if you sleep with a man you look up to, you lose 1 honor. Man you look down on, you gain 1 honor from the bag. When you sleep with a woman, you gain 1 honor from the bag and get to change one of the woman's reputations. The player who decided to play at the end of the scene, the player who played the woman decides whether she becomes pregnant or not. There's your sleeping mechanics. Now, technically, this can, if you both look up to it, if you both look down on one another, you can technically both gain honor from the baggage. That's just a really weird way of looking at it. But if you look down on one another, you just hate fuck for honor. It's great. Welcome back. Welcome to Blood Feud, a game about fucking Vikings. I think the idea is that like you think you are lower than them and that you're taking the passive role, while the other way around you're taking the active role. I think that's what they're going for. It doesn't. But that's not manly in this society. Remember that. Giving someone a gift, like to a man in public, you gain 1 honor unless the man rejects the gift. To a woman in public, you gain 1 honor unless someone rejects. Then you lose honor. You're like, ah. I give them credit, though. The artwork's actually pretty damn good. I actually really like the artwork. I just wish it was a different game. Commenting on a woman's appearance in public. Yay! In private. Aww. Praising someone. It's like you praise yourself in public unless someone insults you. Another man in public. Can also object to this by making an insult. However, if she does, she only negates the praising someone and will trigger a move. Yeah, look at this absolute lad and Viking booba. Yeah, let me just skip past that. And then you insult someone. Again, it's all about this honor economy, about going up and down, up and down, up and down, insulting someone. and then escalating. Situations are bound to escalate during the course of the game. So the idea behind an escalate situation is that, let's say, someone insults my beautiful wife. Someone comments on my wife's appearance and she says, she's ugly. I can stand up and say, you take that back, you son of a bitch, or I will chop your fucking balls open. I've escalated the situation. I'm threatening to kill the man, effectively. Now, he can escalate back. And pretty much what you do is you pay 1 honor into the pool. And then he says, well, I can escalate further. And, I can buck up on him. Like, you want to fucking fight? Let's fucking go. I can escalate further. And then at any point, anyone can say, I yield. Which you cede your claim, and then the winner gets all the honor. Or you can strike a deadly blow. And when you strike a deadly blow, things go bad. Now, when you win, you get all the honor in the pool. And sometimes you can't escalate because it's not valid, which is like, oh, you didn't escalate enough. Fuck you. So, during conflict, one of the players involved may, instead of escalating or yielding, strike a deadly blow, signaled by simply saying, I kill you. By doing so, you are ceding your claim to the honor in this conflict pool, similar to yielding. Your enemy won't live to get away with it either. When you strike a deadly blow, you narrate how you kill the other man. Any player character on the opposing side, including the one you struck, may respond to this move by also striking a deadly blow. A conflict could therefore killing all the men on both sides. But conflict ends and all men involved are either dead or have yielded. The honor of the conflict pool is put back in the bag. So yeah, you can literally escalate to start killing everybody. Non-player characters can't strike deadly blows. This prevents unnecessary death and balance the fact that non-player characters, in theory, escalate indefinitely. Yeah, so when someone is killed due to the conflict, you create a feud by taking and start writing down who was killed by whom. The feud place 4 honor on the feud card. And the idea is that you're supposed to go back and forth with the feud. You killed my brother. Well, I'm going to kill your brother. And then your brother killed my uncle. So I'm going to kill your brother. And it's like this back and forth. Like you're constantly fucking with each other. Whether it's just killing people or like, oh, I set fire to your fucking farm. Because I hate you. Every time it boils over. And the idea is, if you wipe out their entire family line, or you reconcile. Those are the only way tos. If you reconcile, I think you get all. I think everyone splits the honor, and if you kill everyone, you get all the honor. Yeah, they now own the feud. Avenge a feud. Killed during the same conflict and said two new honor to the feud card from the bag. Result, reconciliation. Many honors put back in the bag and the feud card is discarded. Nobody gets, it's half the honor from the feud card. Erased bloodline. Yeah, like... Sounds like nobody went, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, fun fact, this all started because someone called a woman ugly. This would never happen in a Viking homosexual society. In my Viking homo society. Yeah, no, and then you're supposed to debrief. You know, what surprised you about the game? Like, they literally say, take a half hour and debrief. And openly discussing these questions as a group. Now, this is after we've got done with our homoerotic gotchi Viking adventures. What surprised you the most about the role of men and women in this game? Claims about toxic masculinity. Do you find any parallels between how a man is supposed to act to be today and the game says a man is supposed to be? Will you take away from this experience? What would you like to leave behind? Nobody in their right fucking mind is going to talk like this, except people who play this game unironically. Now, I'm going to try to find the one part that I always find that I saw was interesting. Where was it? Where are you? Ah, right here. In every scene, this is when you're framing a scene. Every scene, there must be at least one woman present to represent the rest of society. When there is no longer a woman in the scene ends. So remember to include women in your scenes. I want to have a private conversation with my close friend as we debate what we do against to avenge our enemy. Being like, okay, I also brought my wife along. Don't worry, she's just here. Like, don't worry, she's just here. My lovely wife is here. Don't question her. Don't look at it. We need to discuss how we're gonna murder our enemies. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with this game. If you were to pitch this to me without any of this, like, if you were to pitch to me this game, just this. Blood Feud. Like, if you were just to kind of look at this game like this is a blood feud, it's a game about Viking drama, and it's just this, I don't want to say this. It's just this idea of you as a man, you're this man in this society, you're doing your best, you're kind of the central characters, and you're just kind of crashing together in this drama, and everyone's kind of, you're competing against one another. But here's the thing. Fuck the, you can only play men. Let us play women, let us play men, let us play. And no, they already did the KS. They already made money on the Kickstarter. That's already done. They already got their fucking money. This is in stores now. But if you were to pitch this game raw, like, just like, this is a Viking story, and this is like a Viking drama simulator, effectively. All right, that's kind of cool. Like, play it up a little bit. Give us a little bit more detail on that. Because if you notice, I didn't really say they don't talk about Verguild at all. Because Verguild is actually a very important aspect of society. For those who don't know, Verguild was pretty much a price somebody had. If you killed a like head of a family, it would be hundreds of these silver pieces. Like, it would cost a lot of money, but if you killed like a child, it would be less. And a lot of these feuds escalated because one person claimed, well, he wasn't very useful, so it only cost this much to avenge him, and this much. Or you happen when society says, yeah, you killed a brother, but he wasn't an inheritance, so it was only going to be 80 silver rather than what you feel. And it's, people get pissed, being like, you killed my fucking brother, you killed my best friend, and we got 80 out of it? Nah, fuck that, I'm gonna kill your brother. And then it just begins this endless cycle. Because here's the secret. Here's the secret about a lot of these games. Anytime you want to tell us a message, never say the message. Never say it. And what I mean by never say it is, you want to talk about toxic masculinity and how we have a very bad tendency to escalate conflicts beyond the point of reason, where we feud over nothing, and eventually we kind of forget what the original point of where we are, but we're knee deep in the dead, and on both sides we can't stop. Nobody wants to stop anymore because we can't. It's And that's kind of the sadness of the entire thing, is like it's kind of that moment of like you're standing apart from one another on this field, you're and it's kind of that history where it started 5 generations ago because one of your ancestors made a stupid mistake and another ancestor made a stupid mistake, and everyone just escalated it further. And now you're both on death's door and you're looking at each other being like, was it worth it? Because then, hello Dragoon, we just finished up going over Blood Feud, actually. And you can talk about things like toxic masculinity there, because you're encouraged to... You can make it a bigger idea. You can make it the idea that you're supposed to kind of hype each other up. It's the, society demands that we kind of avenge these things. And what if you don't want to avenge it? Well, you're a bad person, and you kind of get... It's societal pressure to avenge the loss of a family member, or it's societal pressure to defend your kin, even if you don't like them and they totally had it coming. It's that back and forth. You can talk about that, but never state it. Because the second you state it, that subtlety and nuance that people can pick up on, because people aren't stupid. Remember that. People are not stupid. It's that nuance disappears and replaces with a brick slamming it into your face repeatedly. Being like, I'm in culture, bam, bam, bam. Me like me smart, bam, bam. Like, you lose a lot. And that's what happens to this game, where it tells you, it's like, oh, and it's like, oh, here's the honor economy, you need this. Like, it doesn't feel very natural. That's one of the issues. It kind of goes from, hey, it's a Viking drama system, to let's talk about toxic masculinity, without really kind of a little heavy-handed. And I think that it kind of drags it down. I like the setting. Here's the thing, I love this setting. I like the idea of this, not necessarily like kind of this Viking era Scandinavia. I think it's not as touched upon as people I would like. Saga of the Icelanders was the same way. I like Saga of the Icelanders. The problem is it's PBTA, and it's very early PBTA without people really exploring it, which led to some weird things with it. This one kind of just also forgets about it. I would like a game, and fuck, at this point I might just write it myself, which is a lot more about kind of these generational conflicts. It's about, is magic real or is it fake? Or what do we do with this encroaching faith that we don't fully understand? Society says one thing, we want another thing. The white god says this, the old gods say this. I want this, you want this. What do we do? And I think there's a lot of interest there. And hell, you can even just make the game about a fucking farming game. Yeah, here's like literally just a farming game about managing your farm with your family, with the backdrop of all of this. God, that'd be so great. It'd be perfect. But this isn't that. This is a improv theater course for the whole family. Ha ha ha! It's like, oh boy. Yay! So, next game on our list. Noumenon! Noumenon! The bug game. So, what is Noumenon? So, a Noumenon is actually Kantian philosophy, a thing that is in itself a distinct thing from what is knowable by the senses through phenomenal attributes. A thing that does not exist, but does exist. That we sort of maybe understand, but don't understand at the same time. Yeah, like, Kant didn't really believe in that kind of stuff. That was kind of like one of the weird things, was just like Kant believed in reality and what was there. Noumenon is a game. It's a tabletop RPG. That also is one of those games that you hear about every now and again. That you look at and you're like, what the fuck? You look at it like, what the absolute fuck am I looking at? It's a role-playing game of mystery and abstraction, and it's by these guys called Abstract Nova. Abstract Nova, they've made a few games that are weird. It's kind of their thing. Ancuit, fighting monsters in the frozen north. Like, all right, you're just fighting crazy Lovecraft monsters in the north. Like, all right. It's Moral Panic sweeps the U.S. darkly through the labyrinth, and it's like, yeah, it's Satanic Panic, except it actually came out and not done by a man who perpetually wants to wrestle, and not in a fun way either. Exquisite Replicas is actually on my list because it's going over a very unique mental illness that I find very fascinating. And I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's Noumenon is a philosophical rant to a degree, yeah. And those who struggle to protect recognize their own sacrifice. Like, these guys have clearly done quite a bit, and I'm interested in, honestly, if I can find more of them, I would love to go over them. Exquisite Replicas, I have this, I want to go over it, but I genuinely have no idea how to go over it, if that makes sense, just because it's such a fucking weird game. Which is why if I ever do a second version of this one, I might put it on there. But generally, that's all they've done. That's what they kind of focus on. And so what is Noumenon about? Well, it's about the Silhouette Rouge. It's a mansion without entrances or exits. It's also a place outside existence, but also is existence. This is hyper-reality, real and unreal at the same time. Yeah, spatial dimensions are fluid. Time is an illusion. Reality is dreamlike. It's odd. You play as the sarcophagi, I think that's what they're called, or sarcophagi. They are weird bug people. They are insects that walk like men. They are explorers. They wander. It's the menagerie. Weird people. Transmigration. Pretty much the entire idea of the game. The entire concept of the game is that you're exploring this endless mansion. Well, not really endless mansion. I believe there are like 53 rooms. You're exploring this mansion, trying to piece together a bunch of puzzles to solve 9 enigmas. Once you've solved 9 enigmas, you open a door to heaven? Or to a place beyond heaven? You at least escape the mansion. One person called the Lost One did this. And you're retracing his steps, or not. He may not have done it, because the mansion kind of cycles out sometimes, and when one of the mechanics in this game is called reality spasms, shit's gonna get weird. It's very strange. It's very symbolism heavy. Between words lurks much white spaces by design. Imprint what they will. However, this also means the questions posed throughout Noumenon will go unanswered. Like, this is like the big thing about this game, which I actually quite enjoy. It's make up your own truth. Like, I think this game is actually kind of neat. I really do. Weird, but interesting. It's pretty much anytime you see something like this, these are just questions they want you to ask. They answer and ask. You pretty much are playing Children of the Logos, the voice of the universe. You know, you are simply a tendril of feeling for the literal existence of reality, because it wants to understand. You are born in a place called the womb. You rip yourselves out of your cocoon along with your colony mates, and you struggle to survive. You literally open your eyes, you look at some obsidian, you see you're a crazy bug man, and you have no idea why. You don't have any memory of who you were, no memory of what you were. All you know now is that there are murder bats trying to kill you. You know, it's, sarcophagi take no names, flimsy trappings of the base ego. Sarcophagi cannot dream, for they do not sleep. Sarcophagi need no sustenance. Only the soul needs feeding. Sarcophagi exist in a state of perpetual motion. They do not fatigue. And it's... Oh yeah, Hexameter, yep, this is Noumenon. I read through, now mind you, I read through this entire book. I read it. I skimmed over some parts, but I read this book. I was in. I'm like, this is the kind of shit I love. I love this weird shit. It strokes a certain part of your brain, and maybe just because I wasn't feeling very well when I was reading it, but it strokes that part of your brain. You're like, I am a fucking genius. I have awoken to my third eye. I am seeing the universe clearly now. And yeah, are all beings just tactile recording mechanisms, or are the sarcophagi unique in this manner? Is this the truth? But yeah, so one of the big things is when you make your character, you choose one pretty much feature. This is your core feature that you get to choose, your birthright. And some of these are like, you have wings, you have a stinger, you have a proboscis, you have a spine chitin. Things like chitin. And I'm like, all right, you begin with one birthright. Like all newborns, there are 9 traits to find yourself. Awareness, violence, activity, there's a lot of fucking activity, wisdom, personality, chitin, metamorphosis, communion, rapport. And I'm going to try my best to go over all of these real fast. Awareness is how you observe the world. Violence is how you beat the shit out of things, which is very, very valuable. It's also your ability to hit as well as dodge. So if you want to hit someone, you're using that value. If you want to dodge someone, they need to hit that value as well. Very, very interesting in that regard. Activity. Sarcophagi has been born in this world from life from another. It's just skills and talents and things that you know, like coordination, or it's unlearned understanding activities. Like if you were really physically fit, you'd have high activity because you can move around really well. You may not know why you know how to move around, but you understand, you get it. So it's like, okay, because wisdom is the intelligence aspect of that. And that's your understanding of your intellect and shit like that. Yeah, the mechanics of this game, I'm going to say this right now, mechanics of Noumenon work well. I'm actually kind of in the game, the gameplay itself is cool. If I was with the right group, if I was with the right group of dumbasses, I would love to play this game, and I know exactly how I would play it. I know exactly how I would get my players into this situation. Mostly just because it's violence. Peace was never an option. Peace is never an option. But personality, social interactions, it's kind of... Chitin is weird because chitin is effectively your armor. And if you take 4 damage, but you have chitin of 3, you take 1 damage instead. Because health is collective. Everyone among your group have 20 health. So if one person over here takes 5 damage, everyone takes 5 damage. And when someone gets reduced to 0, you all die. That's a really cool, weird way of doing it. Metamorphosis is barely used except when a reality spasm occurs. When a reality spasm occurs, Metamorphosis is the only ability really you can use. Communion allows you to use your powers to speak with God and allow God to give you a thumbs up, thumbs down, or a middle finger. Rapport is how you heal, because it's your telecommunicative intelligence with one another. And it's like, yeah, you spend 9 points with all your ranks. Yeah, so there's a good chance you might have you're going to have 1 in everything, but you're going to have, not very high stats. That's not really the point. The point is more to have, your abilities present for you to do things. And I kind of like that aspect. Because the big idea, because the thing is, I can't even really represent it, is you're supposed to actually assist one another. Very much so. Because how the game works is actually dominoes. Yes, dominoes. Kind of a weird way of thinking about it, but what happens is the GM pulls out a domino, puts it down. Let's say it's a 5-6. Now, and whatever your skill is, you draw that many dominoes. You look at all of them, you put down 1, and let's say a difficulty is 4. You put down 1, that's a 1. You look at it, you put down 1 over here, that's 2. But your friend's helping you out, he has 2, he drew 2, so he's like, oh, well, shit, I can put down 1 right there. And then your other friend's helping, he only had to drew 1, but he's like, oh, cool, I'll put that right there. You succeeded, together. And it has this very interesting set of mechanics, because it's like, you're really encouraged to work with your friends. You need to work with a colony. Because alone, you suck. You're a fucking loser. But together, you're actually competent. You're actually really skilled. It's one of those things, you gotta work together. Because it's you against the fucking world, man. And mostly when the world is literally insanity, sometimes that's all you gotta work with. And I do enjoy it. When the first part of the fucking game is you wake up out of your horrible chitin nightmare, you're like, I'm a bug man, what a beautiful morning, and then get descended by murder bats. Yeah, literally, it's just you just get descended upon by murder bats, and murder bats try to murder you. That's the first thing that occurs in the game. Just a bunch of bats descend down, try to eat you. And then it's yes, the Avatar. The Avatar of God, the Lodestar, Communion made manifest, is a 3-eyed elephant man in a fucking suit. It's yes. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Right there. You look at it, you're like, yes. Is there any explanation to the weirdness of this world? To a degree. It's the idea that the Silhouette Rouge, this is my interpretation anyway, is the idea behind the Silhouette Rouge is that it's a place in between. It's kind of part of this reality, also not part of this reality. And it's kind of that weird place, because when the title of it is literally what it is, Noumenon. Noumenon is you're in a place that is both real and not real, between the physical and metaphysical. And you're trying to find a way out. And you're exploring all the rooms, you're exploring all the people, you're exploring all the little aspects of everything to kind of piece together these puzzles. This game is more of a puzzle game than it is let's, rip off the shirts and, Yakuza music blast, it's time to fight. No, this isn't really a violence game. This is a game mostly about, we received, I have this sheet of paper saying, in a cryptic tongue, that that if we connect the Enigma room to the Gemini room, we can find a key that will allow us to enter the special room on the second floor. But this other clue says that the lost one has the only key, but the lost one also said he put the key in a hiding place that we only know if we go into the Gemini room that we need to open up from another room. And it's like, you didn't have to let me go. Like, it's weird partially because it wants to be weird, and because it's like, it tells you right in the beginning, it's metaphorical. It's a lot of, we're going to present to you some weird shit, but we want you to experience this as weird shit. That's why I'm not actually going to go over any of the rooms, because I don't want to go over the rooms. And, they kind of go over this and the principles of creation. These are your powers. You have the principle of time, principle of unity, and heart. Heart allows you to pretty much like spy on people's thoughts and invert personalities. Unity allows you to just understand that everything is linked together by God, by the logos. Being able to strike one being and make another feel pain. And principle of time is everything is happening at once. There is no past, there is no present, there is no now. There is simply everything occurring right this second at this nanosecond, and freeze moments and step between the cracks of nanoseconds. Am I saying the sarcophagi are technically the strongest entities known in gaming history? Yeah. Am I saying they can 1v1 in Exalt? Yes. Actually, about 5v1 in Exalt, because they can just slip through fucking time and make 5 of them. Yeah. Over the eons, many colonies have walked the Silhouette Rouge, but only one colony can exist anymore. This is a lie. Principle of time teaches all moments exist at once. Therefore, all colonies exist at once. Yeah, it's very big, because everything outside of this mansion, if you ever find yourself outside, is a place called Nowhere. Nowhere doesn't exist. It is a place of nothingness, and it is kind of just this vast snowy plain, only like highlighted by like these faint memories that don't exist anymore. There's like, oh, here's an ambulance, but nothing's in the ambulance except like medical records of a person that doesn't exist. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you look at it like, what the fuck? And next they're going to go over the rooms, and like, the rooms are weird. Like, I actually quite enjoy some of them. And they go over like what's in it, kind of what's happening in it, like how they kind of discover what's going on in it, like what's the story. And sometimes literally a room will just be a story. Like room 4, Keep Off the Grass, is literally just a piece of writing by the Lost One. This is just him narrating a story. But you also learn in room 3 who the Lost One was, and who he may be or maybe not. Yeah, it's like Gemini, or like, oh, like massive spider room. And it's all theoretical, and like you can read it and interpret it how you want. Others of them, like, yes, these are perfectly reasonable rooms. Like, let me see if I can find the one room that I thought was kind of creepy in its own way. Not the hall, the tomb. The tomb. Saline glucose cocktail chemicals descended via plastic tubes from the bag to the martyr's withered arm, pumping new life into his shattered frame. A series of catheters and tangled hoses efficiently pump away waste. More tubes ensure that he breathes properly. They splay from his body like crystalline spaghetti. He's merely a link to this conduit and distilled life. A handcuff secures his left ankle to the bed frames. A forescar crisscrosses his abdomen. He breathes, his breaths come in frequently, Sepulchral rattling chains thrown downstairs. The entire room reeks with antiseptically, but beneath is a note of slowly creeping death, confirmed by the puckered face, the tight drawn lips, and fleshless skull. The feet are swollen blue-black, giving the impression that he has been squeezed like a tube of toothpaste. And like, this is it. Like, this just like, here's a room, you enter in, there's a man in a hospital bed hooked up to a bunch of machines. Here are a bunch of panels with some images on it. There's a boarded up window. Even though all the windows are technically locked with magic locks that can't be opened, this one isn't. Deal with it. You're like, you look at it, you're like, oh, okie dokie then. Or like Scorpio, which is like an endless party where the more you dance, the more you lose your facial features, but everyone's constantly going in, going out. It's like, oh, that's weird. That's just weird. Like, this is weird. Or this room where you get captured and forced to destroy things you don't like, that you hold dear. Like, all the rooms are very metaphorical, very weird, and very, like, it's time to think about things. Like, the big thing is the, where is it? Reality spasms. When a reality spasm occurs, these are completely random events. It is literally told to use the game master, like, come up with a reality spasm whenever the fuck you want. The primal material is reality apart from base existence. Lies beyond the border of conventional experience. It is intensely constant reality. There are 22 rooms and 3 hallways, with each room is always consistent within itself. So that is what the first floor will always have 22 rooms, 3 hallways, and every room is always consistent. Reality spasms are literally alien reality coming in, doing a fucking aggressive dick gyration over everything and shitting on everything with LSD and then leaving. It's like, gravity functions differently. Colors unknown come to being. Everyone's inner thoughts become reality. Like, you just duplicate yourself. That's an option. Just duplicate yourself. Like, oh, no sound is ever made. Everything becomes candy. Everything becomes quicksand. Mirror world, storms, gravity becomes unhinged. Everything is loud, everything is big, everything is small. And honestly, how I would play this game is make the sarcophagi completely apart from it all. Like, oh wow, look at this like crazy alien reality. Like, man, this place is whack. And then just nobody recognizes or even like comprehends the giant bugmen who show up every now and again. Yeah, Quagmire is unironically used in this room. In this game. Like, every floor of every room and every hallway turns to quicksand. However, every time a reality spasm occurs, the surgeons appear, and they try to drag you away to experiment on you. The Surgeoneers, which is the coolest fucking name ever. Like, yeah, like, these are just bad guys who want to do things. But, like, oh, they want to claim hollow men, who are people who don't have souls, but, sarcophagi... but they also want sarcophagi. They want to save people, and they want to save people. They want to save the hollow men, but they also want to turn the hollow men into sarcophagi. But they also want to save the hollow men from the sarcophagi who did that. Surgeoneer created sarcophagi from hollow men, who themselves were created by the sarcophagi. How is this possible? This cannot be the truth. They even say, it's like, we don't fucking know. They don't... Everything about this game is, we don't know, we don't care, we're not going to tell you anything, fuck off. And it's like, yes, but of course. And everyone just nods and like, yes, this makes complete sense. Funky wizard lizards. You want a wizard lizards in the hallway, in the spooky hallway? Go for it. Like, one thing is, like, there are humans here. Like, there are people. Like, you know, blood cover 4, like... Like, they kind of, like... Again, the stories are kind of there, and then, like, antithesis, like, let's go into the wasteland of literally non-existenceness. Or, like, what are the others looking like? Because others are everything that are native to the Silhouette Rouge, but aren't sarcophagi. And, like, they are entities that are, like, exist kind of there, but also not there. And they are just kind of these strange creatures. And they operate differently. You know, they don't have salubrity like the colony does. You have strength, how strong they are. You know, it's sometimes they aren't really that good, and sometimes you have things like the Minotaur, which will fucking kill you. The Minotaur will just fuck your shit up. Like, it's impossible to kill. But I like all of these because every single one of them, or like Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus runs the library. Is he literally the sun? Yes, it is the sun. The literal unconquered sun just shows up. He's like, sup. Yeah, like, he's literally just this... Yeah, it's like, oh, like, here's some, like, weird characters, or... The second I read this line, I fell in, like, this was kind of like just the confirmation. Is the combat good in this game? The core mechanic is decent. Combat is not the focus. Let's just say that. It is not the focus. It's the kind of game where you say, Quisitriquil is a sentient dream given physical form. Not exactly. Combat. Speaking about combat, you know, this is kind of like what it's like. Let me see. Let me see. Violence. It's attacking another. Like, everything is based on the violence attribute. Like, character prowess in combat. Like it's arguably, like, better to have, like, one person who is just this fucking combat monster to serve as, like, you're the colony's defender. Like, anytime there is a like, oh no, there's an enemy who wants to fucking kill us. The combat monster shows up and we all help you. We all jump on his back as you rip its head off. Because you're supposed to work together? That's the thing, like, you're supposed to work together. And yeah, it's like establish initiative, determine success or failure, calculate damage. Like, that is it. You draw a lead. Draws a number of dominoes equal to its violence rank, and then it's the defender's violence rank. So, and then you try to connect all the dominoes together. If you can't, cool. So, for example, one of the sarcophagi guy swipes at another creature. Since the defender's violence rank is 2, the player's character needs to score at least 2 victories. The lead is 2.25. The player draws 3 dominoes. 0, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. Is able to connect 2 of the 3 dominoes, the 2, 2, 3, and 2, 4 to the GM's lead. He scores 2 victories. And if you score more, you score more. There are basic, like, called shots. It's just like equal number of victories achieved. So has 4 victories with their attack. This means the defender has sustained 4 points of damage. weapons insert birthrights can increase the amount of damage done. This does lead to a very strange situation in this one where someone with a higher violence rating, you're going to do more damage to them if you manage to hit them. Because it's just equal to the number of victories. So if they need victory, so if they need 4 to get hit, what you need to do then is, if you score 4, you're going to do 4 damage to them. But probably if someone has 4, that means they're already going to fuck you up. And they kind of say, like, okay, increase difficulty, lower difficulty. Like, honestly, if it came down to it, I probably wouldn't run combat very much, or I would run combat in a very different way. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, you sometimes will just absorb, like, sustain a max, like, no one else has armor. Like, armor doesn't exist unless you have chitin, and only the sarcophagi have chitin. No one else does. And then all your birthrights do something different. Like, oh, if you have stingers and mandibles, you do 1 point of extra damage. Cool. Or it's like, oh, during swarm attacks, for every participant attacking with a stinger or mandible. So if you have 4 people attacking and you have 4, and 3 of them have stingers, you're doing 3 extra damage because you have 3 people jumping on them. Which does mean it's like, oh, this is kind of nice. Like, it's that kind of very fascinating thing. And I actually I enjoy these. I think it does give it's very thematic. I'm going to say it's very thematic. And there's a lot of options here which do a lot of very fascinating things. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of dreaming. Like, yeah, it's like, here's Jung, like symbolism. Like, let's talk about Jung real fast. Like, there are, let me see if I can find. Yeah, like, what do you see in the ink? What do you see in the ink? What do you see in the ink? How you level up is enlightenment. Pretty much the more you do, you get more enlightenment. Enlightenment is good. You learn more about yourself. For every individual battle, 1. For every battle, teamwork. All participating teams get 2 enlightenment points. You get more traits, you get more birthplace, you can raise your principles. That's it. But, like, the game isn't... let me see if I can find Hollow Man. Some people kind of joke when it comes to this game because it does descend into literal poetry at some points. Yes, this is literally just poetry. Like, this is an enemy section. It's just poems. Like, there is... I think this is probably this is the only or one of the only games I can accurately call on my little KNS triangle something so entirely in the N and S section that it's impossible to put anywhere else. Like, this game is simulating something so very specific. And it wants to tell a very certain story. And that story is completely up to you, you think. But also it isn't, because you read through it all and you're like, I'm putting 2 and 2 together now. And then you put 2 and 2 together but my 2 and 2 together is going to be way different than your 2 and 2. And do I like this game? I actually really enjoy this game. I think there's a lot of stuff here. I think the 2 biggest issues I have with Noumenon, like my 2 big issues, and the things that I'm not a huge fan of, is it has a bad tendency of, like, descending into the writing a little bit too much. Yeah, the quintessential NS part of KNS, yeah, to a degree. Like, it does descend sometimes into the writing and just, like, let's write a story more than, like, the descriptions. And I would like more of, like, here's just a description of the room. Here are, like, 3-4 questions. and throw your hands up and walk away. I think every game covers a certain amount of everything, because KNS is all about mechanics. And there are some gamist mechanics in here. You gotta have those to some degree. But like, broadly speaking, this is N and S so hard. I love it. Like, the perfectly in the middle game does not exist. And that's kind of the point. I didn't want that to exist. But like, the fact that this game does descend somewhat into like, let's talk about the writing some more. And I'm like, I like your writing, I like it, but I would like to have that more, like, spaced out, if that makes sense, rather than, like, here are entire sections of your writing. I'm like, cool, but shut the fuck up. Like, if I wanted to read a book, I would. Like, I wanted, like, here are some descriptions, here's this. Or I would like... See, I would like both more, like, broad and more specific sections. I'm like, tell me a little bit more about this. Give me some more questions to work off of. Give me some more ideas and not go like as broad. But like, I like the game. That's the thing. Like, I really like the game. And I like they kind of leave it open to you. Like, how do you want to do this? But this is also the kind of game you can, like, one player, that one game master can run for one group. That game master can never run Noumenon for that group ever again. Just because he's going to establish what he believes is the interpretation. And another GM is going to establish what he believes is the right interpretation. And someone else is going to establish their own interpretation. And I don't believe, like, I think the players could play under a different GM. But it would be a tough sell, because this is the kind of game you play once with a dedicated group. You play it with the group, and it's kind of that one of those unforgettable experiences kind of thing. Because you'll play it, and you're like, what the fuck did we just go through? And everyone will look at each other being like, oh. One shot? I don't think you can actually do this in a one shot. I honestly don't think you can. This would be a, I would say if you want to do it well, I would say make it 9 sessions. 9 sessions, 9 or 10 sessions. I would say 9 sessions if you want to be specific, 10 sessions if you want an epilogue chapter or an introduction. The idea is every session you discover one of the Enigma keys. You pretty much solve this puzzle and you get an Enigma key. And by the end, you unlock the gate finally to ascend, or you fail. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, it would be a singular campaign. It would be a phenomenal campaign of just weirdness and kind of everybody learning about one another a little bit more. It'd be kind of like one of those things like you can do, yeah, one shot, I mean, only one time. I think that's why I say, like, other players could play under a different GM, because that GM is going to interpret things differently. But it would have to be very different. Because I think you can go into this game completely raw once. Like, that's one of the issues. Like, you can do this game once raw. And even if you read through the entire book and you learn, like, oh, well, what are all these questions? You won't be able to understand everything. Because half of it's like, I don't know, you figure it out. I don't know, let the GM figure it out. And I think that's makes this game kind of artistic in that way. Like, you get the right group, the right people, you're going to have one unforgettable campaign. And is that okay? Honestly, I think that's all right. I think that is okay to have like a game that is really designed for like one solid campaign that really sets it apart from every other one. And it would be a different game, but it'd be an interesting one. Our final game, quote unquote, is going to be Human Occupied Landfill. This is going to be pretty quick. because it's such a unique little game. What do I mean by this? What do I mean by unique? Human-occupied landfill is not a game. What the fuck do you mean by that, Notepad? Human-occupied landfill was actually a game by Dirt Merchant Games. It doesn't exist. I found actually the address of Dirt Merchant Games. It's a house in Minnesota. Always done by these guys named Daniel Thrawn, Todd Segusi, Chris Elliott, and Glenn Weldon. The artwork is entirely done by Daniel Thrawn and Chris Elliott, i.e. the entire book. Like, yeah, and the thing is, one of the unique things, as you can see here, this is a White Wolf game in a way. Most notably, their Black Dog label. Black Dog Game Factory was kind of a sub-label of World of Darkness, which contained very excessive, weird themes. And they're the ones that allowed people to do some really strange ones, such as the Giovanni Chronicles, which was a very like holy shit kind of game. It was just published by Black Dog. It was not made anything by White Wolf, and White Wolf barely talks about it. And if you notice here, they barely talk about it. Like it's literally a side note here, literally a side note. But like Black Dog released things like the Giovanni Chronicles, which was like a huge thing about the Giovanni family, and Dead Magic, Freak Legion to the Fomori, Cainite Heresies, as well as Charnel Houses of Europe, the Showa. For those who don't remember, the Charnel Houses of Europe, that company's dead, isn't it? Yeah, it died a long while ago. It died a long ass time ago. And like Charnel Houses of Europe was the Holocaust game. Was the Holocaust supplement to Wraith. Yeah, just a little bit of English. Just a little bit of a weird one there. Now, Black Dog, personally... Black Dog... This one came out of... Like, it officially ended in 2004, I believe. Yeah. No, 2002. Yeah. It officially ended in 2002. It only lasted 7 years. However, but White Wolf itself also didn't really do that much. White Wolf originally died in 2006. So 4 years later, after that was gone, they were gone. And they were bought by CCP Games, in which moved over to Paradox Interactive in 2015. So, it is probably the very unique game as the only game to come out that wasn't them. Black Dog version 1 of 3. The original edition was published by Dirt Merchants themselves in 1994 and is extremely rare. Black Dogs came out in 95 and since gone out of print, reprinted the cap by the Cabal in 2002. Yeah, the Cabal is technically there. Like, this is who it is, the current publisher, Supplement Buttery Holfamus. Like, if you'd like to make an online purchase from outside the US, please email us. Like, if you want to buy that, you want to buy a damaged one version. Ta-da! I don't have Buttery Wholesomeness, but like it's... yeah, this is a... Oh, no, this was way before New World of Darkness. This was before New World of Darkness even was thought of. Because these games came out in 1995 is when the version we're going to be looking at continue over. Yeah, no, like, to give you an idea. Now, the thing with this game is that it's a parody. It's a joke. It's an entire joke about games of this era. And one thing to kind of go over in 95 is 1995 can roughly be described as the first convergence point. And by the convergence point, I mean this was the time in the industry where things were fucked. D&D was kind of slumping at this point. White Wolf was on top of the fucking world. You had so many different games come out. And there were a lot of indie hopefuls, there were a lot of bigger games coming out. This was like a golden era for this set. It's a fucking huge era, but everyone was trying to get in on this market. That's where you get, like, if you ever look around, you find a lot of weird shit. From like early to mid 90s, you'll find a lot of weird stuff. Just because people were publishing things. That's when you had things like West End Games pumping out stuff. You had a lot of these companies, a lot of indie studios. Everyone was pumping out stuff. Because it was a golden age. D&D wasn't really top of the game anymore. It wasn't... And it was the boomers game. Everyone was playing World of Darkness. Everyone was being cool. Everyone was being hip. We gotta amp up the violence, but we gotta amp up the edge. We gotta be about storytelling. We gotta be about the story. We gotta be about the setting. We gotta be about the lore. So, if you take Human Occupied Landfill as kind of a parody of that era, 1995. 1994 probably, or the early 90s, more specifically probably. It makes a lot of sense. This game makes a lot of sense, actually. There's a unique charm to it, in a way. However, if you believe it is something more than that, you're going to be a little disappointed. Now, what is this game exactly? Well, here's all the official stuff. 1994, 1995, Mossland Street. The big thing is that it is entirely... It is entirely handwritten, you could say. And it is very much a product of its time. The claimer, this game will fuck you up, we swear. It will make you take drugs whose chemical composition is beyond the spelling complexity of this author. You will begin a prostitution ring made up of 14-year-olds and destitute nuns. Eventually, of course, you will most likely leap from the balcony of your local theater with 7 running chainsaws strapped to various parts of your body. There's a good chance it will be a matinee showing Bambi as well. So if you feel like ending your days becoming the center of attention in a big, hard, humming chair, please read on. And buy all the supplements too. Thank you for your time. Worship the Antichrist, and have a nice day. How many pages does it have? It has 141 pages. And it is... memes. Like, I would say like half of this game is fucking memes. And it's kind of like one of those things, like, you kind of have to experience it. And I would say, what I'm going to do, obviously, is I'm going to, as I usually do at the end of all of these, is I'm going to put them in a folder, and I will distribute it to the loyal, and you can read it for yourself. And that's one of the things I'm going to encourage with this one. I want you to read it. I want you just to go through it. I want you to experience it. I'm going to go through some bits of it. And I want you to enjoy it, kind of thing. Because, like, the entire setting is the Council of Worlds. Yeah, like the Council of Worlds and the and the church have worked together to pretty much divide and franchise. They work together to oppress the people, and you've been all thrown on a penal world. You've been all thrown on a penal world, and you have to survive. The human-occupied landfill. That's what it is. You're pretty much a trash heap world of prisoners, fuck-ups, and weirdos. Hence, I may be fat, but you're ugly, and I'm the Pope. Gas it up, usurp me, The rules, part of the second. But yeah, so what is the game exactly? It is a 2d6 game with two caveats. It's caveat 1. You roll and roll boxcars. You get to roll again. You are just that cool, and you get to roll a second time, and if you keep rolling boxcars, you keep rolling. Pretty much the higher you roll, the better you do. The second caveat is that if you roll snake eyes, you can see it right fucking there. You lose, you suck, and everyone hates you. Because you are a fuck. Yeah, so this mystically pitiful rule. You grant the Hohenmeister, not the Game Master, because he needs something more special, unlimited retaliatory power against you in anything you have done. And this is the Das chart. And I need to go here. I need to rotate view clockwise. Yes, I understand. So yes, anytime you attempt an action, you have to do the all-encompassing general chart that can be applied to everything. This is what you roll, plus whatever your attribute is. If you have an attribute of 5, let's roll. I rolled double ones. I fucking die. So, let's roll again. I rolled 2 6s. Cool. I also just rolled 2 6s. I'm not bullshitting. So let's see. I rolled a 8. So 8 plus 12 is 20. I have a 5. Very successful. Plus 1 appropriate stat for your 1d6 turns. Cool. I succeed. I'm very successful. I'm a cool dude. That's it. And if you notice, a raw 2d12 is going to end up in failure more often than not. Yeah, you have a very, with this raw 2d12, you will always fail. That's just there's no chance of success, actually. It is physically impossible. In a way, you can almost say that it's... In a way, you can almost call this game a successor, a precursor to things, even things like PBTA, in a way. Very that stylish, weird kind of game. Morkborg, you can kind of argue in a way. And you're like, cheap, easier than cheap streetwalker. Or here's a side note. Yeah, it's a stupid side note. And there's another side note. Because everything is written, and there's a charm to it. There's a weird charm going through things. And the thing is, does the game work? Not really. That's not the point. It's not really supposed to work. That's not the point. And part 3, combat chart. Holy shit, the savior is we can kill things now. It's the same thing. Anguish factor equivalencies. Anguish factor 1, stapling your finger, ripping your toenail on a brick, running ginsu between your fingers, stepping on glass with your heel, breaking your nose with pliers, dropping crude cinder block onto your foot, smashing both knee tacks on a railroad tire, inhaling fiberglass, sliding naked down a 10-foot greased razor blade, drinking drain cleaner, being skinned by a cheese grater, swallowing molten iron, exposure to zero pressure more 10 minutes of Julio Iglesias, unprotected entry into the atmosphere. And this is somewhat how damage works, because of course there's this like giant thing on damage, because of course everyone needed these like charts on damage because charts are cool. So let's say my weapon has an anguish factor of 4, and you have and your armor is 1. So my anguish factor is 4, and yours is 1. So I'm gonna have to roll. We're going to have personally a 3. So I need to roll a d6. I hit you with my weapon. I rolled a 4. We go all the way down to 4. I'm gonna do double whatever the damage is. So if it's a damage of 5, I'm doing 10 damage to you now. That's it. And this is what happens. You just take a number of wounds, you go whoop, and the second you hit 20, technically when you hit 17, you go unconscious, but if you hit 20, you're toast. You get just evaporated into nothingness. That's literally how combat works. It is incredibly fast, incredibly dangerous, and incredibly stupid. Does it work? Sort of. Like, yeah, I guess. Yeah, someone bothered to make 100+ pages and write them all. Yes. And draw them all. Like, you gotta remember that these are individual pages that he not only wrote down, but he did all of the artwork for. And you'll notice things like this, where he like put in a swear word or something and blotted it out or something. Or he'll like misdo words. But it's like, oh, you want to know how you verbal formula for modification? It's really not +4, not really, kind of, really, really, really. And for every what am I in Beverly Hillbillies, extra really past -4 subtracts from 1 from the die roll. So if it's really, 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 really far away, that's -7 to hit. Fuzz teeth player, fuck you, Dan. Oh, Monster, -12, you lose. Alright, enough of this 3.1 zillion shit. Jesus, the joke's dead already. Jumped up all out of pogo stick, and you know how the okay, I'm calm. Don't do it again. Yeah, this game's ridiculous. It's funny as the fuck. But like, yeah, here's Ricardo. Like, here's what like a sample character might look like, and I'll let you read through this. It's funny. Like, the actual like combat example is fucking hysterical because it's just beating the shit out of each other. And like, yeah, here's an entire section on like whatever on like vehicle combat. Or why is this here? Because it can be. You want to go on super huge combat? Fuck it. There it is. A pagan buster parfait. They explode too. Long-winded explanation of stats. Guess what? It's... And then there's like skills. Your gray matter skills. Operate starship and chew gum at the same time. Poetry and classics. Light bulb. Repair toasters. Turn radios into howitzers. Sudden philosophical tangent. Organize fundraiser. Spot what's it. Meat. Make someone stop living with your fist. Arm, thumb, tongue, pelvis wrestling. Make sharp things go through soft things that scream and bleed. Mouth skills. Scathing sarcasm. Ponderous rhetoric. Make people do your bidding by screaming unintelligibly. This is kind of the shit that you gotta work with. Gotta make a nuts build. Shooting kind of blank gun. Balloon animal construct. That psycho Bruce Lee shit. Yeah, like... Wicked kick, quick draw, nut skill, eat anything, enjoy withstand/enjoy hellish agony, jump sling handling, tolerate hideous amounts of bloody mutilation and still eat fast food. Run with martyr flesh, dramatic entry. But yeah, you don't actually get characters. Yeah, you have to choose the pre-made characters. Why? Because they didn't feel like adding in character creation unless you could find buttery wholesomeness. Lead is 10. Like, Lead is literally 10 years old. Yeah, like, this is... Human-occupied landfill's a weird game, and everyone's fucked up, everyone's weird, like... special abilities attracts 3d6 young boys to make soft cooing noises. The Revenant. Like, yeah, you're supposed to be incredibly cool. Special ability, great taste in clothes. Spirit of Vengeance, or like, you're Captain Wacky, you're a fucking clown. The Man with No Name. Roaring Nad. Where is he? Frank, the Were Guy. Yes, you become a Were Guy. This a Were Man. That's all you do. Become, because you're a fucking... where is... Oh, yeah, the King. Yeah, you want to be literally Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley is... bent, fucked up, and choose jelly donuts like they're going to nuke the factory in 4 minutes. Yeah, you can... Technically, you can play Elvis in this game. This is probably the only game in existence that allows you just to play Elvis. But yeah, this is Human-occupied landfill. Like, it's not a game. Like, that's the thing. Like, you gotta kind of understand. Like, this is not really a game as much as it is. Like, mind you, that's the entirety of the game. There isn't actually that much there. The rest of this is literally just lore he wrote, because he got bored and decided he wanted to write lore, so he wrote lore. Like, yeah, no, it's an experience reading this. It is a fucking experience. But I encourage people to... I think it is a fascinating look. I think it's a fascinating look at something that was produced a long time ago. And mind you, Dirt Merchant Games does not exist anymore. I don't think they actually existed at all, personally. I think they were just a kind of a company for these guys to publish something that they wrote that was for fun. And it was written effectively as a joke. Just to say, they can. It's a 2d6 game that kind of works and kind of doesn't at the same time. I would say this is a true parody. Like, this is a true satire of an odd era in the tabletop gaming. An era where things could change very drastically, and sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Yeah. So, that is the conclusion. We have reached the end of odd games. I usually like to have like some kind of, philosophical thing at the end here, and I really don't today, because they were games that were odd, mysterious entities that kind of go beyond what we would traditionally think as games in a way. They broke our minds. They made us think a little bit more than we normally would, and sometimes force us to reconsider ourselves, think ahead, and debate ourselves into the why more than anything. And sometimes those whys end up with us wondering, why the fuck were we here? Why the fuck did we read this? Holy shit, what the fuck? So, now we get to do the fun part, the part we all love, the part we all hate, the part where I go to Kickstarter and want to fucking kill myself. Oh, wow. Let's do what we do best. Newest game, tabletop games. So, oh wow, look everybody, it's
Another fucking STL.
I love it. Let's see, collection of Hexcrawl, Islands for OSR, dice. Wow, it's STL. This is the one everyone was bitching about at me the other day about. Why would you? It's time for looking. Why are we here? Yeah, it's. Yeah, this is the adventure guide to the Bible. This is like an adventure. Like, it's a full adventure for characters level 1 to 10. And it literally takes place in Canaan in the Bible. And goes over everything. You want to go to Jerusalem. To the Nineveh. Dilemmas and dungeons. It's a original adventure. I saw this and I was like, oh. But yeah, no, here are the 4 playable lineages, because you can only play humans. So we have human, Nephilim, giant, and no one really knows what the fuck that is. We got our classes. You can play a Spartan. Oh. Yeah, you can be a fighter. You can be a Spartan fighter, a wizard magi, cleric, a prophecy domain. Or a barbarian with the path of the Nazarite. Yeah, it's exactly what you kind of think it is. Like, yeah, a new subclass, Bard College of Parables. You know, more dungeon match. We're looking, you know, VTT investigation. I'd say Roll20 would be probably the best. But, yeah, like, these guys I've never really done anything before. And it's exactly what you fucking think it is. Like, I thought it was kind of funny, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's literally just old Bible. It's literally old Bible story. It's like fucking Veggie Tales, the 5e adventure game. Veggie Tales, yeah. Let's see. Oh wow! Look, everyone, it's another miniature. Co-op board game. 5e adventure relaunch. Disaster hamsters. Woo! Disaster $4,000 fucking pledge. Holy shit! Journey into Absurdity. Absolutely fun trading card game. Why stop making them? Stop making it. Smoke many weird food monsters. Oh boy! I sure love food monsters. Better Worlds via Dice and Disabilities. 5e. Yay. Tabletop Witchcraft. Yay. Hullbreed. Sci-Fi and Horror for Mothership. Mage Forge. Terror-sized magic item cards for the world's greatest roleplay.
World's greatest roleplay. Yay.
Yay. I love it. New World Throne Lego. Handmade dice. Yay. Woo. It is, yeah. It's D&D VeggieTales. Ah, yes, Ahegao, the fucking anime profile picture tabletop game. What is this look like? How do you even describe this look? Like I've seen I know these models. That's a very certain kind of look. Like it's not a look necessarily. It's like from a program that they all look like this. And because I've seen these before in like shit posts. So you need $22,000 for this. Oh, it's hamster mechanic. A feature campaign setting for sentient critters, an epic adventure, and a hamster mechanics for 5e. Hamster mechanics for 5e for 22,250 United States fucking dollars. And it's gonna make its fucking money back. Cause I know this is, it's not, don't call it 5e compatible. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's not 5e compatible. It's just 5e. $10,000 for fucking writing. You have, Jesus. Layout, art elements, and project management for $6,600. Why? Game design. What do you design? What do you fucking design? Willy Boo. Any pronouns. Gonzo game designer with Acadia. EM Publishing. Advanced 5e. Advanced 5e. Willy, my man. Willy, my boy. Willy, my comrade. My Willy, my descomenceto. Please write anything else. Fucking 5e. Holy shit. Look, I'm Gonzo. Wow, give me money. Give me $22,000 to write a fucking hamster game. And I damn well, you know what the worst part is? I damn well know it's gonna make its money. And I'm gonna feel so fucking mad. I'm gonna feel so fucking sad. You have no, who the fuck bet $500? Did your mom buy it? Oh, no. Why are we here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Wait a second. Is this why? Like, is this honestly why? Because you have 1,000 fucking writers. What do you... It's a fucking hamster! It's a goddamn game about hamsters! What do you fucking look... Why do you need this many writers? It's a goddamn 5e adventure about goddamn hamsters! Okay, no, I'm good, I'm fine. Of the MET, oh boy. Met mechanics, Met writer, Met designer, Met presenter. The Met quests. Oh no. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. You are entering the metaverse, or simply the Met. This... What a wonderful life. Just fucking kill me already. I see potential. Someone took my dude serious. Like, why do you have a D20 on there then? It's a fucking PBTA game. Like, unless you're making like... It's a fucking PBTA game with zero... it already made its goal, too, because there's a $122 fucking goal. Let me guess, it's going to be... $20 gets you... What? So you're telling me for $122, because this is all you needed for this, by the way. $122. You're telling me that I'll get the PDF Deluxe First Edition Print and Play Player's Manual. I'll get the Print and Play Glyph Guide. The Print and Play 3 Complete Mini Adventures. Tales of the Met short story. I get to name a character of my own. And I get printed in the Glyph Guide. For $55. And for €25, $34, I get all of this. Where are you from? From fucking UK. Of course you are. Why? No. I refuse. No, please. No. Okay. I was like, someone's about to get fucking sued. Colonize an alien invasion TTRPG. Alright, from Florida. Cool. 5e compatible. Mark Boar. We love Mark Boar. D&D monster cards, pen and paper, decals for wargaming, Lovecraft character, STLs. Oh, look, it's a 3D STL. Crypto miners. Zolliver game, 4-in-1 table, hockey, chess, checkers, dominoes, and more. There's the card sleeves. That's got over $1,000 of funding, and yeah, this one isn't doing too hot. We went over that last time. Yeah, no, nothing's really jumping out here and saying, hey, kiddos, let's do some fun stuff. Yeah, nothing's. See, what I would like my dream for Kickstarter, and Kickstarter, if one of you perhaps who works at Kickstarter ever listens to this, or maybe I'll just clip this little section and send it to you directly. Is it possible to move these like STL files to like another thing like right here? Like give it its own category? Because you already have gaming hardware. Can we have like gaming peripherals for things like these STL statues and things? Because there's like, come the fuck on. There's like a lot of STLs here. And like, I understand, like, hey, yeah, I want STLs. I want this. I want this. I want this. Like, But it's like, can we please get this, like, move them to another section? Because it's like, yeah, that's cool having all of these, but it's like, are you really selling this here as a gaming place for David and Goliath because you want to use David and Goliath in your fucking 5e game? Or do you want to, like, just make some cool statues or some cool minis for, like, diorama stuff? That's cool too. Or it's like, hey, let's put some STLs in here. You can maybe even get some people who would do those fun STLs in places, or like get people to do those in other places for more artistic reasons. Like, hey, we just want to build a big ass statue. It doesn't even have to necessarily be here. It can be kind of cool. It can be kind of fun. You know, like I don't hate people like Maria, but I just understand like that's not really applicable sometimes. Like, just, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. So this is pistol dust. All right, you need $40,000. Wow. 2d12 system called Luck. 13 on dice triggers a luck roll. Each hat has their own luck score. Beat their luck score, something good happens. You'll regret it. Modular class design. Oh no. Experience point buy system. Do you want to make a barroom brawl with a PhD who settles things with his fists and wits? Gunslinger wizard. All right. So you just pick and choose. All right. Mixed talents, wide variety of fantasy races. Oh wow, found the orcs, found the half-elves, halfling, half-orcs, kobolds, rat-folk. Because rat-folk are the new hotness. We all love rat-folk. Fucking rats. Yeah, I mean... cool, I guess? Cool? I mean, what's the... over the course of 4 years, a lot of playtesting solo and with friends. The game is currently content complete with over 300 pages with a talent. Jesus fucking Christ. 200 blood, bed version. Art should be complete once the format put together. Oh. Ooh. So, $40,000, $2,000, like... exactly, Varric. That's kind of the issue. So, he doesn't have the art done, I don't think. I think he's got probably some bits of art done, but I don't think he has that much. And this is entirely by one dude. Oh, Jesus. I'm not going to say it's hopeless, but I'm going to say that I'm a little bit worried because he's going to need formatting. That's where probably that $40,000 is coming in. That's a lot. That's a big fucking asking price. That's a lot of people. What are the tiers? So you've got a tier 20, beta version, digital version. $60 for a physical hardback that early on? Jesus. On holiday. Just come up with your own fucking holiday. Fantasy cocktail. Name, ingredients, some Wild West fantasy cocktail. Shopkeep, 3. Okay, he's not. Okay, that's 120 for that much. 250 for character portrait. Like, two people have already dumped $500 because they want a character portrait done. Like, I definitely, like... So it's a D20. It's a D20 game. No, not D20. It's a 2D12 game. I mean, oh God, he's a furry. He's a furry. Oh no. Oh no, he's a furry. Look, it's a furry. Fuck. The furries. Like, what's the... What times 2d12? That's right. Custom made system using be neat. Built in by all means not required. Mats and minis. Works with Theater of the Mind play. Alright. I mean, I'm hesitant but interested. Hesitant but interested. I would say with that one, he either needs to go more ham and make it a little bit more interesting. Because, like, right now it's like, hey, everybody, let's get ready for elf, dwarf, and humans. It's the same shit. Honestly, if you just went full fucking Persona and everything was just weird animal races and just weird ass races, I think it would do pretty well. But I think it just isn't that, so it's like, oh, it's high fantasy Wild West. Oh boy. Mostly with a custom system. Like with a custom system, you either need a really low asking point or a really good reason. But let's see. Pushes for creative problem solving. Creative problem solving. Bigger nails, more teeth. Game mechanics are unique. Tell me what the game mechanics are. D12 system. Stackable successes, no resistance, 12 pre-made characters. Point buy system. So it's more kind of like we've been invaded by aliens and we're trying to survive now. Like, all right, that's kind of cool, I guess. That's optional rules for playing yourself. All right. I mean, this seems kind of. I'm kind of interested. Like, this seems kind of weird. I think it's kind of falling into the same problem. Let's see what the goals are. $1. You just want to 25 for the core. 2023. Yeah, that's a big one. 2023. 2023. Yeah, so he's aiming for next year. Just like. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested. It's looks like they want to like split it up into different books. That's kind of weird, but all right, cool. Poggers. So, I'm going to put this as a reminder, just so I get some note on. Here's Crypto Space Game. That's literally what it's called, Crypto Space Game, about cryptocurrency mining and trading. I wonder what I got to do. Wow, everybody, buy it. Buy my fucking crypto game. Oh my god, it's Monopoly. That's Monopoly. The game board. The exchange rate board. 12 ring card. Instead of 9 seconds 70. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Okay, read it out loud. Mining for 3 dice. Your mining efforts is accept. Player ID corresponds to at least one of the number dice. Now, crypto monopoly, yeah, pretty much. It's crypto monopoly. Like, why is it in space? Why are we in space anymore? Like, that's my question. Like, why are we in space? Like, why is it the crypto mining crypto space game? Why? What the fuck? Oh god, just put him out of his fucking misery already. Like, wait, is that not even? No, forward end of the turn. Is that not... No, I don't think it's crypto monopoly. I think it is literally like you're trying to like build rigs up. Yeah, I think like the idea is that you're building rigs so your dice get better, so you build an engine better. And if you build an engine better, you will get more. I think that's the thing. I think that's like what you're trying to do. That's because this is the turn timer. Yeah, no, this is the turn timer. What? What? No, no. These news portals have mentioned our game. Fort Wayne MSNBC. Actually, no, let's go on a fucking adventure. Associated Press. Okay, the Associated Press. AP. Come on, I need the Associated Press right now. They've mentioned crypto space game. I'm going to Google right here, crypto space game. No results. What do you mean? What do you mean, crypto space game? You've been mentioned. No, we gotta go crypto space game, AP News. They've said they've been mentioned. AP? What? Wait. AP, this isn't how this works. This is a press release. You've paid them to say this. This isn't, wait, this is space crypto. This is a completely fucking different thing. No, they're lying. These guys are fucking lying. They haven't been mentioned on AP. I can guarantee fucking to you, they have not been mentioned yet here at all. Like, crypto bro, NFT word use human error. Feels like people would board game until net of cucking everything. Did I say McDonald's? Yeah, Tether is part of this game. Tether. Like, yeah, no, like these none of these have mentioned them. Outside of maybe like fucking the Daily Dispatcher because they paid someone. Like, what? I can guarantee you these are all front, like. Also, notice how it's woman and, you know, and like I have a feeling these three are the ones who put the customer reviews. Because notice it's the same people. What? What are you? You are not real people. I refuse to believe you are real. Gelop from a Gelop ad tech power. We felt the game lacked because we made some new. What do you mean? There's no game here. No. Yeah, that's it's gonna make its money. I know it is, just because people are gonna want to buy this stupid crypto space game. Jesus fucking Christ! I fucking hate people. I hate human beings. I reject my humanity. Wait a second. And Cedar Yuan. They don't have anyone else. Shadow Black Cat. What? What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, like, again, they probably just brought people on. Like, yeah, no, again, it was probably like anyone who would just bother like helping out, or someone knew someone. All right, let's go to the other sad, miserable place that I go every time. Welcome to itch.io, the land of misery and games. Forged in the Dark, action horror pamphlet RPG. Oh, sweet Jesus. Requiem among Shadows, The Gadgeteer. A superhero cinematic universe, TTRPG. Oh no. Oh no. There's the furry game we need, finally. No. You do not get to have another Yu-Gi-Oh game. You can't pull out the next Yu-Gi-Oh game. Grasping Nettles Game Design Guide. Wow. It's Dracula. Oh god, no. Kark, it's Vader. No, you stop writing hacks. Write something interesting for once. Please, I'm begging you. Mostly it's fucking Star Wars. Why is it Star Wars? God. I like Star Wars. I don't like Star Wars that much. It's fucking Sentai. Super Sentai. We love Super Sentai. Who fucking knows? Just don't question it. Stop thinking about it. The less you think about it, the better you are in life. The Gadgeteer. What's... Oh. Gadget-based superheroes. Nope. This is the vaguely, like, super furries game that I saw and I was horrified by, but also incredibly in. The second I saw Extreme Mutant Teenagers and I just saw this fucking lion man on the cover, I'm like, I am in. This is the stupidest fucking thing I've already seen. And it's got 100 times more heart than anything. This is dumb. These are just dumb. Yeah, like, this, it's a fucking lasers and feelings game. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not paying you fucking money for this game. All I want to do is look at the goddamn fucking stupid artwork. That's fuck you. Fuck you. Valiant. Wait a second. Is that Lewis? Just fucking shoot me already. Oh, wow. Wow. Guess who's getting fucking notified about this piece of artwork? What? It's $5. Ah, yes, the affectionate parody of Cardcaptor Sakura. You know. God. Oh my god, I love it. Like, this is what this is what having a stroke looks like, right? This is it's fucking magic. There's Lewis, there's fucking the cipher guy from Gravity Falls, the Millennium Puzzle. It's a fucking like Yu-Gi-Oh fan edition that he just fucking paint tooled his way in. Like, this is a shit post, right? This has to be like a delirious shit post. I refuse to believe this exists. No. Not. Since this game is also a call-out, an insult to the mainstream gaming culture, it's dominated by cis-het, neurotypical, able-bodied, white trash, right-to-center incels. References to the long list of gross shit they get up to, including transphobia, racism, pedophilia, misogyny, genocide denial, and justification, and so much more. What the fuck? Oh, wow. Wow. Like, I gotta see it. Like, it's a fucking free I need to see this game. Like, I refuse to believe, like, I reject the existence of this game. Like, it's, oh god, why are you asking money for this? Why? Why do you do this? Does this book also including all racism? Wow. All right. I mean, fuck. I got artwork already. Like, okay. There's another Harmony Drive. What's the Harmony Drive RPG? There's another one. Harmony Drive. There's another SRD game. Jesus, how many of these fucking things are there? No, I'm not paying you $20 for this. Fuck off. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna claim it. Like, it's mine. Like, I have it. And oh god. Game design guide based on the game Grasping Nettles by Adam Bell. Create your own wheel games. This is another SRD. This is another fuck off. I'm not paying you any money. Pay me money instead. I am fascinated by humans. Humanity is flawed. We need to play. No, I'm not. I am not gonna DM the fucking Valiant versus RPG. I don't even know if the game works. I don't think it. What if that for that is a steal? Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, God. Cosmic Legends of the Universe. Harmony Jam Special. Like, roleplay Yosa. What the You ever just find something beautiful and you're like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? This is what I get. This is why I fight. This is why I do these. This is why I go on these sites. Everyone asks, like, why do you hurt yourself? Like, this is why. Because I like to find artwork. Die a little on the fucking inside. Oh, God. Let's see. We'll go down a few more. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these before. Wow. I think I learned a lot about myself today. I learned that, man, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of garbage in this life. Roll dice in this Apex Legend themed Caltrop core game. No! Stop it! No, okay. No, don't get mad. No. Be calm. Be zen. Well, thank you all for joining me on this 5-hour expedition into fucking sadness. I like it how these goddamn Curious Cases have just gotten longer over time. I mean, I used to be like, man, I'm super happy with myself for getting like 2 hours in. Now it's like 5 hours later. Fuck. I've only slightly killed myself, but thank you all for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. As for the news, what's what? Satan War Snakeskin, we've made pretty good progress on it. My goal is on Monday to get a lion's share of everything done, and then on Wednesday wrap up. That's kind of the goal. Simply just because, like, the first day of work, we didn't really get that much done because I was feeling real sick. I've kind of recovered at this point, It's mostly just like the after effects that's kind of bringing me down. After that, we're going to be working on Kwangsha, but after we finish Satan War Snakeskin, Ajax Democracy begins again. Welcome to Notocracy round fucking 2. Yeah, Notocracy will begin in earnest. It'll be another week of voting. Everyone will have to deal with Ajax Democracy in my server. If you are not in my server, you don't have to deal with Ajax Democracy. So have fun. If you want more voting rights, go to my Patreon. Yeah, go to my Patreon, follow me for $1 a month. You will get twice the voting rights as everybody else, and you will be more important than the fucking plebs that they are. Outside of that, more content coming next week. My goal, anyway, the grand goal is I want to get the Dying of Dryads detox done by Wednesday. And then on Friday, I'm going to do the Chrome Strike video. Yes, Chrome Strike is finally going to get its video. It's been ready. It's been set up. I just need to put it out because Duke Fluffy wants to make his fucking update, and I'm wanting to stab him in the fucking face if he does it before I get that video out. So that's priority number 1 now. Let's see. That and From Software apparently announced a new Armored Core game. That was cool. But yeah, once Satan War Snakeskin ends, we will open up Democracy again for Notocracy for the next batch of games. Give him money and you will sit with him in the crummy diner tale. Yeah, pretty much. Like, again, $1 a month on the Patreon. You get 2 votes. It's if you pay $5 a month, it's $1 a month, you get 2 votes. $5 a month, you get 10 votes. $10 a month, you get 20 votes. Yes, if you pay me $10 a month, you officially have more power than every single person in my server. But yeah, yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves. This video will probably go up. Probably my goal will be by next week. Yeah, that's kind of the cycle I hope to accomplish anyway, is every off week, pretty much is going to be a week of that, and it'll be on the YouTube by the next Saturday. But that Saturday will be a free weekend in which I'll just be doing something. Which next weekend will probably be me wrapping up some Super Esse Mortis. And so on, and so on, and so on. Pretty much the entire goal for 2022 is just more formalized things. Is just continuing what I've been doing, just a little bit more specific. So you will always know you will get a video on Wednesday and Friday. And you will always get kind of a bigger video every... it would be the first and the third week of every month. You're going to get a big video for pretty much the previous big stream, while you'll be able to catch me live on the second and fourth week of the month, which the next Curious Case is going to be at the end of the month, and that is going to be the Curious Case of franchise games number 3, Funky Fresh 80s. So, oh, no. No, we're going to be working on games. I don't deal with women. I don't deal with people anymore. I am alone in my life. All I see is the darkness in front of me. And the light. I haven't turned my lights on yet. So I need to turn those on. So, sayonara, Godspeed, good luck, and I will catch you all